Alice is navigating through this wonderful forum in this wonderful city. So I would like to start thanking my friend Emilia Zaleska from NASC and IGF Poland for her on-site moderation. And also just a few quick words before the sessions begin. First, the thing about time will be a scarce resource for us, so I will try to be as concise as possible and avoid formalities in the session. And this is also why we'll be getting questions only through the chat and preferentially in Symmetry, where you can also vote on each other contributions. I will share the screen here so people can have access to the Mentimeter where they can add questions. Just confirm if you are seeing it. So please scan the QR codes or insert at menti.com the code here that will appear in your screen. And before posing questions, I would please ask you to write your name, and if you would like to ask it yourself on the mic when you are called, or else we will read it for you. So the title of our workshop is Intentionally Provocative. A splinternet is almost by definition something that most of us here at the IGF do not want, even if some people may present many considerations that add layers of complexity to this issue. So why balance the splinternet with something else? It doesn't seem like an interesting idea. But this wordplay kind of helps us remember that one of the hardest difficulties on this debate lies largely in its notable semantic confusion. People often talk about different things when they are saying these same words, and many refer to the same ideas, but with different terms that are not fragmentation, splinternet, sovereignty, etc., etc. To solve this, many people are trying to build and advocate for more precise technical concepts. Others take a functional approach, trying to bypass the difficulties of the semantic confusion. Others think that too many issues are being lumped together under these concepts, and they are too wide and make us lose precious time and energy trying to find definitions and so on and so on. So there's no better place than a forum that is a space by excellence for discussing internet issues to promote this kind of dialogue between stakeholders from diverse backgrounds, putting different perspectives into context and trying to find points of consensus or pursuing some common ground. And of course, we do this with a spice of youth perspective, caring for equal representation of this group in the workshop. That being said, and considering I already spoke too much, I would like to briefly introduce our panelists in the order that they will make their opening remarks, presenting just some of their many qualifications. Speakers will have 5 minutes each for opening remarks, and then we will proceed to the Q&A part of our session. Our panelists will choose specific questions to answer during 2 minutes each. When you are 30 seconds away from the time limit, we will warn you in the chat, and Emilia can tap the mic twice as well. Innocent Edrico is the Vice President at the Dear Governments Organization, a member of ISOC's Uganda chapter, and was recently a contractor at ISOC, working on their digital sovereignty projects. Emmanuel Ogu is the President of Dear Governments, a member of ISOC's Nigeria chapter, and holds a PhD in computer science with research focus on cybersecurity. Wolfgang Klingwachter is Professor Emeritus at the University of Aarhus. He was a member of the ICANN Board of Directors and a special ambassador for the NetMundial initiative. Steve Sands is the head of Sector of Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue at the European Commission. Katerina Bufsnovska is an Internet Society IGF Youth Ambassador that was also part of the European Youth Parliament Ukraine. And Milton Miller is a professor at the Georgia Institute of Technology School of Public Policy in the USA and a co-founder of the Non-Commercial Users Constituency at ICANN, having twice served as its chair. So sorry if I spoke any of the names wrong. And in a sense, the floor is yours, so we can begin.
All right, thank you very much, Pedro. Once again, my name is Innocent Adrico. Besides all he has said, I'm a student too. I'm a student of international relations, and I coordinate the Uganda Youth IGF in Uganda. The Uganda Youth IGF, yeah. As the session starts, I want to bring into perspective uh, the two areas we are looking at: digital sovereignty and the split internet. I just want to bring up a point on how one can lead to the other. So we all agree that the internet has become a central part of our lives, politically, economically, socially, and it has grown to be stronger than we ever imagined. Yeah, if you had to ask someone from those years, they would tell you from those years when the internet started, they would tell you they didn't expect that it would be this big, but it is so powerful. We've seen this especially during the pandemic, and I should say this is a reason enough for countries to assert some kind of authority over certain aspects of the online space, yeah, just as they do in the offline space. Uh, we see that governments intend to put in policies and implement policies that give them more authority over how parts of the internet work, yeah, especially within their borders, yeah, and this has been termed as digital sovereignty, yeah. Countries have always defended these actions. We know the actions, for example, shutdowns, uh, by saying, for example, in Uganda, during the polls, the internet was shut down, and the reason was they shut down the internet for matters of national security. They were trying to see that the country doesn't get into conflict because, according to them, the internet was being used to incite violence by by the voters or by the people who are going to the polls. Yeah. So at the end of the day, when you look at that authority, we do realize that it has a limit that tends to end up in another thing. Yeah, as we're going to see, my colleagues here are going to talk more about that. So digital sovereignty, we do agree that it can actually promote a lot of good things like innovation, flexibility within the borders of that country. Yeah, but however, we say the internet model is a borderless one. Yeah, the internet cannot exist with borders. Yeah, therefore, digital sovereignty poses a very great threat to how the internet works, to how it operates, and also its usefulness to we, the users. Yeah, and therefore, this digital sovereignty can actually lead to fragmenting of the internet by governments, where they decide what parts of the internet or of the online space their citizens can access. For example, I can give you an example in Uganda still. There was a time when the government decided that they're going to ban Facebook, so meaning they're prohibiting you from using Facebook. You can use other platforms, but you had to use, for example, for some of us who wanted to continue on Facebook, we're using VPNs. These decisions mean that citizens will see and access only what their governments want them to see. Just imagine the kind of tampering it would do to the flow of information, yeah, and the internet way of networking. So now this becomes a state of the split internet that we are trying to also discuss here. And so in simple terms, what we are trying to bring up here is that digital sovereignty has some good parts of it, yeah, as I already said, but it is a threat in the other way to how the internet operates. So at the end of the day, it should be something we take cautiously, especially as stakeholders. So I'll just complete my statement by saying, while the internet has remained reliable, our world has become increasingly unpredictable. Yeah, stakeholders, from government actors to even non-state actors, have taken decisions that threaten the core values of how the internet is supposed to work. Yeah. So that means the biggest threat to the internet and its functionality now is still with the users that created it. So I'll beg to stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Innocent, for this first input to our discussion here today and also for fitting perfectly into the time. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, Emmanuel Ogu, to take the floor.
Thank you, Emilia. Good morning, everyone from Nigeria. I'm Emmanuel. Unfortunately, I cannot use my video due to bandwidth issues, but I hope you can hear me correctly. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes,
Emmanuel, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. So, thank you, Innocent, for that wonderful introduction. When we talk about digital sovereignty, you know, like Pedro was trying to create in the early remarks, you know, there is this misconception around the fact that, or there is this often one-sided viewpoint to the possibility that digital sovereignty could only have negative and adverse consequences. But we have seen some applications or some experimentations of digital sovereignty where governments actually have genuine interests and they pursue these interests without outcomes that threaten the functionality of the internet and then the digital rights of the citizens who rely on these ecosystem within their jurisdictions. But then the broader consensus or the broader conflict that we have rather around the splinternet, which is the other side of the debate, is the fact that not only do governments continue to implement these regulations in ways that threaten the interests and the operations of other stakeholders who rely on the internet. We have also begun to see some form of impetus and some form of audacity, especially within the African space, you know, that continues to systematically neglect the effect that these actions of the splinternet or these actions against in line with the splinternet of splintering the internet, so to speak, continue to impact on the citizens, you know, on a broad scale. And then, of course, it is there are incentives for why governments often consider splintering the internet. The first has to do with interests of national security, you know, like that which Innocent had shared. We had seen similar incidents in Nigeria as well, where around, you know, periods of elections or around periods of political dissension, you know, the government often takes a focus on the internet as a way of controlling how conversations are held. And, you know, recently we just came out of the Twitter ban in Nigeria, you know, and we saw that not only do digital rights have implications for physical rights or rights in the physical world, we also saw that at the end of the day, if no one is able to hold government responsible for these actions, then we set a precedent, not just in that jurisdiction, but as an example that other jurisdictions can follow in meting out the same consequences to individuals. So basically, when you block the internet or when you splinter the internet, you often affect individuals' rights to access information, you affect individuals' rights to pursue economic livelihood, you affect individuals' rights to freedom of association, and then all of these, you know, unite within a framework that continues to undermine democratic principles on a broad scale. And then, you know, another consideration for governments in splintering the internet or in pursuing digital sovereignty in very unsustainable manners or in very along unsustainable pathways is that has to do with the conform or cancel culture that we see popularized in digital spaces these days. So basically, governments are afraid of what happens if tomorrow the world expects us to behave in a certain way that we are unable to comply with or do not fit the sovereign interests of the country. How do we ensure that our e-government systems, our digital economy is not affected by actions that the world may take against them in this dispensation. And then we see the regrettable and very unacceptable situation of Russia and Ukraine, and then other conflicts that we see between the US and China, and then the US and Iran. And then we see that, governments begin to have growing incentives for, okay, let's look for ways to consolidate our interests, our data, our networks, the transmissions that we have. Let's have some control over them. But then one recommendation that I would want to leave with is the fact that on the backs of the splinternet, we do not have an internet anymore. So by the time we splinter the internet, we end up with a framework that not only blocks or cuts that jurisdiction out from the rest of the world, effectively, of course, making transmissions more difficult to reach, or making transmissions more difficult to share across these spaces and across boundaries. But then we also end up with a situation where digital rights or physical rights are impacted at the same time, in such a way that users get to begin to, or internet users get to begin to worry about what the future of the digital ecosystem is going to be. The impact is economic in the first place, because investors begin to lose confidence in the progressive or the progress of the digital ecosystem, like we saw in Nigeria during the Twitter ban of 2021. And then there are also other implications to the sovereign reputation of the country in the eyes of her sovereign or diplomatic neighbors and diplomatic counterparts. I would like to drop the floor here now and hand over to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And now I would like to pass the floor to Wolfgang Kleinwester, who is here with us today on site.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here in this endless chain of workshops on internet fragmentation. Petro, in his opening remarks, said, that there is also a risk that we end up with more confusion than clarification, because the terminology internet fragmentation and splinternet is now very popular, and different people have a different understanding. And my hope is that the IGF here can contribute to bring more clarity to debate, because it's an important debate, and we have to face challenges which come with internet fragmentation, or what some people understand under internet fragmentation. Basically, in my eyes, that's the conflict which was raised already 25 years ago by Manuel Castells in his very good book, The Network Society, when he said we have states and we have networks. States are hierarchies and are based on state sovereignty, and networks are networks, they are borderless. So that means we have these two different, let's say, organizations in the world. So we have networks which ignore borders, and we have states which have borders. And this brings a conflict. And what we have now in our world is that we have, on the application layer, we have one world and 193 national jurisdictions. But on the transport layer, we still have one world, one internet. And I think this is a reality, a contradiction we have to face. So probably the dreamers and fathers of the internet had the idea that the one world, one internet philosophy will move upwards, and we will have a harmonized world, one global jurisdictions. But to be realistic, so this is not the case. So the divergent interest, economic interest, political interest, religious, history, cultural, and all this. So that means we will live with states and national jurisdictions and sovereignty the next 100 years. State will not disappear. So, and that means we have to face this conflict, this one world, one internet. What I see today, and a lot of cases has been mentioned, is there is a risk now that the 193 national jurisdictions will go downwards and try to splinter the transport layer. This is a big risk. But on the other hand, the reality has shown that with all the attacks against the, let's say, the transport layer, the domain name system, the TCP/IP protocol, the IP address system, it's still there. So that means it functions, and as Göran Marby has said in one of the plenary sessions, nobody could, even in the pandemic time, lament that the internet is down. It has worked. So certainly, some governments have introduced shutdowns, as we heard just now. But is this really a fragmentation of the internet? In my eyes, this is just censorship. Because you do not change the basic protocols of the internet infrastructure. You introduce a barrier on the application layer, and this is censorship. This is a violation of the Human Rights Convention, but not a violation of the protocols of the internet. So I would not say, I wouldn't say that there are not risks also for the protocols. We have seen this over the years. It started in the 1990s with an alternate route. Then we had some ideas from the French government to organize an object naming system for the Internet of Things as an alternate to the domain name system. So we did see the handle system and the digital object architecture. This was also an attack. Recently China started a debate in the ITU about new internet protocol. And we have now a debate about blockchain and the .ath domain, which is not in the root, but which could offer an alternative. But all these efforts to splinter, let's say, the basic infrastructure have failed so far. Even the Chinese proposal on new IP, did not make its way into the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference in October last year in Bucharest. So the proposal was discussed, but has no majority. And now Chinese papers discuss about so-called polymorphic networks, which are, let's say, nothing else than a network on top of the DNS. So it's not an alternative, but a complementary thing, which is interesting. The same happened with the French proposal for the ONS in the 2009. So we discovered Internet of Things is an application on top of the DNS and not an alternative to the DNS. And I think this is important to clarify, so that there is a need to ring the alarm bells, but you should ring the alarm bells in places where there is a need. Internet shutdowns, this is a good reason to ring the alarm bells, but to qualify this more as a violation of human rights and not as splintering the internet. So you should be very careful in making these distinctions. So I stop here, but we will have a second round that I can add some more comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. There will be definitely more time for both answering questions from the audience and also for the final remarks. So now I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, Steve Sands, who is online with us today. Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry I joined a bit late. I represent here the European Commission. I'm the head of the Internet governance sector. So I think I'm in a good position to say that this is something, Internet fragmentation is something that worries the EU and the Commission in particular a lot. And we dedicate a lot of thinking about it. And I completely concur with Wolfgang that we need some order into this debate, because it's extremely complex, and conceptual tools and framework that can help us think about this are more than welcome. And actually, Wolfgang himself has proposed some of these tools in seminal papers that we take very much into account. And basically, what we find it useful is indeed to divide to classify the trends that we see in terms of internet fragmentation or internet openness, or keeping internet openness or internet global, which is in the end what matters. in different layers. And these layers are about, the technical architecture of the internet, as Wolfgang was saying, but there are also commercial and economic layers. So you can have a completely fragmented internet at the economic level, impacting the companies that operate in that internet. You can have a fragmentation on internet governance itself, and you can have a regulatory fragmentation. And now, to start from the last point, which is very visible, potentially controversial, and this is something that the EU as such is recognized as one of the regulators of the let's say application layer of the internet. And yesterday we organized an open forum actually presenting 3 of the main regulatory instruments that we are implementing these days. I think we need to recognize, as we do in many documents that deal with digital principles and in the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, etc., that there is this dark side of the internet, and that a completely unregulated application system is not desirable. It's public administrations are accountable to their citizens, and we see many things going on online that we did not expect at the beginning of the internet. And I think that Vint Cerf is very brave in recognizing this in every speech that I've seen him recently, and this is something that we all should recognize. And this requires public intervention. And this public intervention will be always in relation to the values, the democratic processes, or not democratic processes that are in place in a given political community or political institutions. Now, we do this. We have plenty of examples. We have very complex processes to bring up legislation in the EU that end up mixing interests and perspectives and different cultural backgrounds from EU member states and generate a series of legislations that are then actually taken many times as blueprints across the world. Now, is this the end point of internet fragmentation in relation to regulation? We think it's not. We think that we should also be very careful about fragmentation in regulation. And to that end, we really think that the common denominator of every piece of regulation on the internet that should be passed across the world is human rights. That's the common denominator. That's something that is very much embedded in the EU system. Every piece of regulation that we produce has to comply with the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. And if it doesn't, it can be brought to court, and the court reconsiders the regulation. Human rights are a permanent object of discussion when regulation is passed, and they are the end point of every internet regulation in the EU. Internet regulations in the EU strengthen human rights. We think it's extremely important that this happens across the world. And this should be, and it doesn't happen. It's not happening now. So this should be the common denominator to avoid internet fragmentation at the level of regulation. And we work closely with the UN, with the Tech Envoy, etc., because it's really within the UN system that we need to work out that common denominator very clearly in everything that relates to internet regulation. Now, on technical fragmentation, this is, as Wolfgang was saying, this is it has happened already. We should be clear that it has happened, not at the level of protocols, not at the level of DSA, the domain name system, etc. It happens with little devices that telecom companies are forced to introduce into their networks. So first, there is a certain level of technical fragmentation via these devices that go into the networks that it's already happening. Some countries apply them, some countries don't apply them. So this is the first realization. Now, is the technical layer of the internet under threat? Our answer is that short-term, no. Mid-term, definitely yes. Definitely yes. We see extremely, and this occupies, unfortunately, much of our time, extremely well-funded, well-thought attempts to really transform core protocols of the internet into something different. And this is a major risk. To avoid technical fragmentation of the internet, we think it's extremely important to respect and build into the consensus multi-stakeholder model that creates protocols, standards, and core infrastructures of the internet. There needs to be a consensus within these systems to make the internet evolve without falling into technical fragmentation that we might have it on our plate in the IGF 2026. We might be discussing this very openly. And I tell you that it's really a prominent danger that we are fighting as we speak in some standardization organizations. Now, on the commercial and economic side, we think that internet markets should remain open, fair, and contestable. This is at the basis of, for example, the Digital Markets Act of the European Union that puts a certain safeguards so that big internet corporations do not take over certain markets, including the European one, but also in general. I think it's a framework so that local ecosystems, local economic ecosystems could continue thriving without having big corporations taking over. This is something that goes hand in hand with the fact that we have a digital divide. The internet is fragmented by the mere fact that many people is not connected. So it's not really global. It's not really open. There are plenty of people who are not connected. So we need a very strong effort as well to disfragment the internet at that level. But these digital transitions, bringing everyone online, should go hand in hand also with human rights. We don't want digital transitions for the sake of digital transitions. We want digital transitions that are based on an open internet model underlying human rights, because as we well know, the internet, we cannot take it as idealistically as in the beginning. It can be used for exercising massive control over citizens or creating strong protectionist measures. Thank you very much. Looking forward to engage in the conversation.
Thank you a lot, Steve. Now I would like to pass the floor to our speaker, Katerina Bovsunovska. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to echo Wolfgang that it's indeed this session is one of the myriad of internet fragmentation sessions, this IGF. But during the sessions, we were all discussing what is internet fragmentation, what it is, main examples on technical level, or is it focused on user level or internet governance level? And the main question remains unanswered. Apart from what exactly is internet fragmentation, what can we do about that? And as a representative of youth, I believe that we have at least some general idea that these decisions made by governments, they will continue to be made by governments, at least for now, while indeed the world order is based on the state sovereignty. In the digital space, digital sovereignty will continue to be existing. And we need to influence the decision-making process. That's why, for example, this IGF is indeed really important for us because it has a very particular trait of being a multi-stakeholder framework. It indeed tries to collect all of us from governmental sector, from private sector, from youth, from civil society, academia, technical community, and to let us talk together, discuss the critical issues that are relatable to the global internet we face today, and to find some common solutions together. That's why, as a youth, we're a very dynamic group. We are really affected by the internet and all of its good sides and bad sides. We have the opportunities presented by internet, and at the same time, we're really frustrated when we are barred from using the other opportunities and chances that we could have used without the decisions taken by someone else, without our interests. And in this IGF and multi-stakeholder approach, if you keep engaged if you keep youth engaged, we are growing up, and then we're transforming into other groups. We're becoming young professionals, we go into government, we go into private sector, technical community, civil society, academia, and all of them. And we know how to talk to each other, already prepared during the youth engagement in IGF, in regional initiatives, in national initiatives. We are ready to listen to each other, having our common past as a youth, and we're ready to build common solutions to fight our common problems without infringing the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Katerina. And now we will move to our speaker who will close this first round of speakers' input. Milton Mueller, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Everybody can hear me okay? I'm sitting here at 4 in the morning in the US. Now I know how people in Asia feel when they are participating in these meetings in strange time zones. I was a little bit objecting to the title of the session. It talks about a balance between digital sovereignty and splinternet. And as Pedro said, this is probably deliberately provocative, but I think there is no balance. If you go for digital sovereignty, you get a splintered net. And I agree with the comments of Innocent and Emmanuel about this. They already said it well. I think it's very important to include these kinds of African perspectives or developing country perspectives where, you know, the government is really willing to just shut down the internet. And I don't agree with Wolfgang that that does not constitute fragmentation. The fact that, you know, there's nothing more fragmentary than shutting off the internet and refusing to let it operate. Now, I think we need to be to pick up on the semantic confusion that Pedro referred to. We do have a tendency to confuse the sovereignty of states, which does exist and will continue to exist, and in some ways is a good thing, with sovereignty over cyberspace. And those are two very different things. As Wolfgang said very well, perhaps he was referring to my book called Networks and States, but he said it was all about the other guy. I can't remember his name. There is a conflict between the territoriality of governments and the global technical standards of the internet. But I think one thing I want to contribute to this discussion is that we need to focus more productively on talking about the balance between the state and the market in a globalized digital ecosystem. Because what the internet with its global compatibility does, and it's not just the internet, it's all kinds of digital technologies that have been organized in a globally compatible way for 3 decades now. So how do states assert authority over digital markets and digital services when their scope of authority is territorial and the market is transnational and the technical ecosystem is indeed global? So I think there's not a good recognition within the UN system, within the IGF, of the importance of the market in generating capital. For example, the Digital Compact talks about giving everybody broadband. Well, it's a very nice thing to say, but if you're going to give everybody broadband, you're going to be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in capital, in facilities, and you'll be taking risks that money will be lost or not used efficiently. So we have to look at, you know, why do people invest? How do they invest? Where does the money come from? And that's a market phenomenon. And we need to develop self-sustaining and profitable industries. You know, it's one thing to complain about the fact that the US platforms are so dominant. But really the only way to approach that dominance, there might be some regulatory measures, but the most effective way is to establish competing and alternative firms, which you have seen, for example, successfully done in China and to some extent in India. So again, the market phenomena become extremely important. And also, it's clearly the market that drives technological innovation and development and efficiency. Now, the thing about markets is that they do not want to be bound by territories. They want to create more efficient divisions of labor. And if you look at something like the chip industry, it has been globalized partly because of a World Trade Organization agreement, the ITA, which helps to distribute the supply chain of chips all over the world, but with an emphasis on East Asia. And there was this huge division of labor between the design and research and development aspect, which is dominated by the US and to some extent Western Europe, and the manufacturing and production in other countries. So it's not an accident that historically the most economically liberal countries are precisely the ones with the leadership in telecommunication industries, with the most rapid and wide diffusion of telecom capabilities. I'm talking about whether you're talking about Britain in the telegraph era, the US and Scandinavia in the telephone era, and the US with the internet. It is the most economically liberal countries that lead. So the role of government is largely one of setting rules for fair play or for stopping fraud and abuse. Government interventions, however, like markets, can be abused and can be failures. Governments are not gods who reach down into markets and automatically fix them. I'm sorry to inform the European Commission of this because sometimes they do seem to think that way. So digital sovereignty is an obstacle in many cases, or can be an obstacle to development if it means that foreign capital and expertise and free trade and markets with the rest of the world are going to be blocked and impeded. And it also is an obstacle to human rights if it means that the government is in fact asserting control over what kind of information people can access. And this is an Article 19, basic human right of the international system, saying that people have the right to access information wherever they can find it. And sovereignty is an assertion of exactly the opposite. It says that the government should have supreme control over what information you can play. So the sovereign right of states should not get in the way of the human rights of people in a country, and it should not get in the way of the economic rights they would have to choose the products and services they prefer. So that's what I have to say. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you a lot, Milton. And with this input, we are finishing the first part of our session, and now we are moving to the other one, which is the Q&A part. So in this part, firstly, I will collect one question from the floor, then Pedro will ask one question from the chat, then we will give our speakers some time to respond to each other if they would like to, because we could hear that there were some agreements, some disagreements, so it might be interesting to actually listen to your next remarks. And after that, if we still have some time, we will take some more questions. So, okay, I see two hands. Okay, more hand. Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay, Yi Chen from Beijing Normal University. So basically, I think we have to clarify some concept. I think I agree with Wolfgang, and some way I also agree with Milton, but I think we have to concept, first of all, human rights, freedom of expression. Okay, freedom of expression is a conditional right. It's not without any condition. Of course, you can have a freedom of expression, but the state has a right to regulate the content in terms of if it's hate speech, if it's pornography, if it's a harm content. Of course, therefore, because I study human rights, human rights, freedom of expression is not an absolute right, it's a conditional right, okay? So when we talk about the state censorship, just like Wolfgang just mentioned, when they shut down, they not shut down the access to the internet layers. They're doing the censorship, which means they censor out all this harmful content. Of course, what constitutes as a harmful content, what constitutes as a propaganda, which is up to debate. But at least we needed to clarify whether they shut down the layer access, or just do the filtering of the censorship of the content. And as I said, the content is not, freedom of expression is not absolute right. So therefore, when we discuss the fragmentation, we have to clarify what do we exactly means, because each jurisdiction, each country has a right to regulate, the contents on the internet. The internet is the content. The internet is not free of the restrictions. Okay, so this is my first point. So I would like to clarification from our panels. The second thing is about diversity and fragmentation. We talk about all this industry policy because we talk about like platforms dominating in Africa. Exactly, this is actually is kind of about industry policy in local. If you want to build up your own industry, you need to have an industry policy which will boost your local industries. Okay, this happened in 60s, 70s. We have this free flow of information initiative by the UN to help to balance the information flow from the south and from the east, from the west and the north, because we see there's an imbalance of information flow. We're facing the similar situation now because all these data are controlled by the bigger platform from America and China. And the small countries, like African countries, they need to have their own platforms. How can they do it? Of course, they have to have an industry policy to help to protect their industry, and also antitrust policy to regulate those big countries. So therefore, I'm asking, when we talk about fragmentation, where is the diversity? Where is the diversity in terms of regulatory model, in terms of content, also in terms of local industry policy? So I think we shouldn't make the concept fragmentation so widely spread and also make it so blurred and hijacked for different political purpose. Thank you. That's my comment and also questions.
Okay, so maybe to clarify, is it a comment or question to any particular speaker, or?
And also question to Milton and Wolfgang about whether we think this is a concept. How about the diversity, local jurisdictions, and also these freedom expressions,
Okay, I see that Milton has his hand up. So Milton, please, the floor is yours.
Sure. So, hi there, Yik. It's good to see you. I guess you're there on site. I think that this idea that freedom of expression is conditional, as a factual statement, it is correct. As a normative statement, I think it's a rather bad excuse for censorship. I mean, of course, different countries have different standards. Some countries are extremely repressive in what they allow. And as you know, China is one of those. And to say that, freedom of expression is conditional does not justify the kind of censorship that you see in probably about half to 2/3 of the countries in the world today. And most of that censorship is not about protecting the public interest. It's about protecting people who are in power. And that's precisely what the internet did. Was it just by accident almost, it opened up all of these new channels of communication to people, and there were no mechanisms to control them. And so suddenly people had a widened and broadened right to access and express themselves. And many governments have then, in the last 20 years, have started to clamp down in various ways. And this, of course, leads to a more fragmented application environment. So that's the response I would make. I'd be interested to hear from Wolfgang also.
Yeah, I would echo Milton that we should be very careful in saying, it's right of governments to control content. That's a very old story, and it goes back to the invention of the printing press of Mr. Gutenberg 500 years ago. And when he offered the opportunity to print the Bible, this was seen by the Pope and the Catholic Church with great enthusiasm, that he could bring the Holy Word to many people. But then people started to write pamphlets against the Catholic Church. And the Pope was not amused. And the Catholic Church introduced the index of censorship, which was, by the way, in place until the 1960s. So, and that's the questions. Who has a capacity to decide what is right and what is wrong? Content. So that means, and this brings an idea which has to be further elaborated in cyberspace about a neutral third party. So that means if just the government decides and says this is good and this is bad, this would undermine the individual rights. If we leave it in the hand of corporations with a Facebook oversight board, this is also bad. In the democratic system, we have the parliament, the government, and the independent judiciary. You need an independent judiciary for content-related cases in cyberspace. I remember a very classical case. I'm from the older generation, younger people will not remember that, when Daniel Ellsberg from the Pentagon disclosed the lies of the US government in the beginning of the Vietnam War and gave all the information to the New York Times, and they published the so-called Pentagon Papers. And the President of the United States, Richard Nixon, was very angry, and he said this will undermine the national security of the United States because the United States was in a war, and he called the editor-in-chief of the New York Times and said, you have to stop this, you cannot publish this, this is undermine the national security of the United States. But the New York Times argued we have the First Amendment in the US Constitution. So we have freedom of press. So I will publish whatever I think it's important. And the case went to the Supreme Court of the United States, and they had a landmark decision 5-4, very close, where the court argued that the right of people to know the truth is more important than the interest of a government to hide its lies. And I think this is an interesting case which can be, helpful to start something to develop for the cyberspace. So we need independent third parties to manage content-related conflicts. And by the way, we had similar conflicts in the early days of ICANN when cyber squatters, took names, and then it was complicated how to handle this between cyber law and trademark law. And we introduced the so-called universal dispute resolution policy with a distributed system of so-called dispute resolution service providers with panels. So probably we can develop such a decentralized system for content-related cases, not only for cases on conflicts around domain names, but also for content things. This would be innovation in policymaking. This would be innovation in the judicial system, but it's a long way to go. But I hope with the help of the IGF, we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Emmanuel has also raised his hand. So Emmanuel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Emilia. I think one desirable in this discussion around what we need to do to clarify concepts is the need to separate political and geopolitical concerns from the operations of the internet. Now, the questioner had raised the concern about freedom of speech, and the fact that governments or sovereign authorities would always want to clarify the terms around how freedom of speech or the boundaries around freedom of speech, which is one desirable. But then on the other hand, is that to what there is no boundary to which such regulation or such parameters are set by the government around how they're going to control free speech and how are they going to define what entails free speech, particularly in light of the fact that we have increasingly seen governments that, like Wolfgang was trying to illustrate with that very beautiful quote about, the right of citizens to have a freedom of speech must always overtake the interests of governments to hide their lies. And when these two divides, clash at the center, we begin to see freedom of speech infractions. And I've seen the same arguments also around debates about the right to education. Okay, so a communist government would likely not want, students in their country to have access to Western education, even though there is that right implicitly or explicitly defined by declarations and regulations that are widely acceptable. And probably a Soviet-style government or a Soviet-attuned government may not want their citizens to, access Western curriculum or learn what align with Western educational systems. But then at the crux of this is the fact that by the time we begin to bring in all of these geopolitical and political considerations and interests into discussions around the operations and functioning of the internet, we often relegate the technical considerations that define or should characterize what makes the internet in the first place. And this is the challenge we have had in Nigeria with government. And then we oftentimes see this coming on the backs of well-meaning, well-intended desires of government to control issues around hate speech, to control issues around pornography. And of course, these are vices that require decisive actions. But then by the time we separate the technical considerations of how are these regulations, how are these policies going to impact the internet in practice, in the long run, politically, in terms of digital rights, in terms of the economic empowerment of the citizens and the access to information. By the time we do not factor in these technical considerations into this debate, and we focus so much on the geopolitical and the political interests that characterize government discussions around these issues, we are likely to always end up at this juncture where we are contending digital sovereignty and the splinternet, and which should go for the other.
Thank you to all three speakers who responded to the question. And now we would like to give an opportunity to online participants to ask their questions. So Pedro, if you could read the question from the chat, or let the person from the chat speak and ask their question.
Perfect. We have a few questions on Mentimeter that are not identified, but I will start with them. And Jean, if you would like to make the question you posted in the chat a few minutes ago, you can also open your mic, or else I will read it for you after reading the ones from Mentimeter. The first one, there are a few general questions here. So what do speakers think are our best tools to try to solve these terminology problems, so we can start talking about the same ideas when using these concepts? Is this possible? I think it's more about giving some precise recommendation. What can we do? Campaigns, making, for example, an IGF guidelines, something like that. I think a bit more concrete on what to do to solve the semantic confusion. The second question would be, focusing on technical argumentation alone is incomplete, in my opinion. So what does interoperability facilitate? If governments can use the tech layer, they use app layer fragmentation to the same effect. Jean, would you like to make your question. We will have a block of 3 questions here, then pass on to the speakers to choose which ones they would like to answer. Oh, so Jean said that I can read it for him. He asked, he made a comment with a question at the end. So digital sovereignty and the internet tend to undermine the internet model. It is certainly a political question, but it must be said that depending on the horizons, it can also be a question of ethics. And this can be seen as differently according to local cultures. So how to approach these thorny questions? What are the proposals? So giving the floor back to speakers, you can answer them all, you can answer a few of them. You can also choose not to answer any in this block of questions. So giving the floor back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Pedro. I think I'll take the first question because it's just a clear one. But before I answer that question, just to clarify a bit on the differences. Yeah, one thing I would like to say is it is not a time for us to declare a state of split internet. Yeah, but we should rather fear that the series of actions by different actors can actually lead to the split internet. So I think that is what we should focus so much on right now, because I think it is not yet time to say we already in a state of split internet. Okay, back to the question. One of the participants has asked what tools they can use to understand about the two concepts. So I should say this is the first platform. I mean, the fact that we are able to organize such a session where we are having speakers with different perspectives, yeah, agreeing or disagreeing, but of course at the end of the day, we are going to be able to understand each other, everyone's perspectives, and be able to take home something new that we never knew. I think that is a good starting point, but also taking personal initiative, like for example, I should say there are so many articles that have been written by different stakeholders about split internet and also about digital sovereignty. So whereas the arguments might really be confusing from one side to another, I think it's a start of everything, yeah? And I'm very sure at one point we shall be able to reach an agreement that this is actually this and that is that. Yeah, thank you.
If I may add to the first question as well, there is a policy network on internet fragmentation launched last year, and they have a mandate for 2 years, and coordinated by Bruna and Shital, and they presented the policy network yesterday. And here also, like Wolfgang is one of the members of this policy network, and I believe Milton as well. And they are exactly debating the terminology and the definitions used for this topic, and they are doing their best to clarify it for us as much as possible. And if you want to join them in this effort, you can always join the policy network, as it's open, and you could find it just on the IGF website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you a lot, Innocent and Katerina, for responding the questions. We have something like 10 more minutes for the Q&A part, and I just think that maybe we will connect speakers' responses to each other with their closing remarks, and thanks to that we will have time for some more on-site questions. So are there any? Okay, I see one here. And here's, okay, we will take 2. So maybe, yeah, you can start, and then we'll also listen to your question.
Hi everybody. My name is Sunit. I work for the Tony Blair Institute. So my question is, I think, first, governments are not homogeneous entities, and even within national governments, you'll have differences of opinion about what regulation or policy should look like. So maybe the Ministry of ICT will feel differently from the Ministry of Defense. I think part of the challenge also is that governments, like all actors, are not necessarily wholly bad or wholly good. And because of the technical complexity and the speed and I guess the potential harm, I think sometimes governments with good intentions are forced into utilizing blunt instruments like internet shutdowns, okay? And I think part of that is because there isn't an ability or a capacity to understand, well, what are the interim instruments that I can use so I can address the situation of harm without potentially causing greater harm or undermining human rights, which I think we all agree is important. So my question is, to whoever is happy to take it, is if there is significant harm, I don't want to shut down the internet, what can I do to respond to challenges in a way that is respectful or fair, and what should be the starting position for governments in terms of understanding the trade-offs?
Thank you. I'll try to be as concise as possible, but I have some reflections and a quick question. So adding to what Emmanuel said about the genuine interests of states, I would add about mobility, healthcare, and educational platforms. In Brazil, in the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, we are working in the concept of scientific autonomy together with digital sovereignty, so I'd be glad to share this afterwards. I'll also contribute considering other approaches to sovereignty, such as food sovereignty, that we bring not only the power to the states, but also to the people. Like recently in Brazil, the movement of homeless workers has just declared what is their perspective about digital sovereignty, for instance. So maybe it's a good time to bring to the table who really should define what development is in the 21st century. And also the title of this IGF is Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future. So I'd like to highlight that, for instance, the Weizenbau Institute in Germany is working with the concept of sustainable digital future, that besides meaningful access, it's also taking into consideration the carbon footprint of internet communications infrastructure. Professor Milton said that markets are transnational, but we should warn that just last week, the US has banned 10 Chinese companies to operate in the territory. And finally, we should bear in mind that digital sovereignty is way broader than internet fragmentation, which is the name of the policy network. I agree with Professor Wolfgang that it's about making change in the lower level protocols. And going to the question, maybe to Innocent and Justina, the fact that the most powerful tech US-based companies are jumping down in the lower levels of the internet, owning like fiber optic cables, is it a menace to net fragmentation? Thank you.
And maybe we'll take just one more question to just group them in the block, so also, please.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. No, I just wanted to address that the concept of sovereignty is a concept that was born in Wolfgang surely know better than me, but around century 16 or something like that. And it was the reason, the objective, the objective was to ensure the authority, to protect the authority of the states over a territory. Later, much later, it became a form to protect the rights of the citizens. But originally, it was to protect the authority, the power. And even if it has been used, as everybody knows, as exactly with the opposite interest sometimes. But so in this new, the part from the premises, all premises, that the governments were the only representatives of the interests of the people. But in this war, as described by Wolfgang, that we have 193 states, but one network. The rights of the people not necessarily are represented or defended by the governments. So the rights of the people, that is what really matters, could be opposed to the concept of sovereignty. And this is something that the governments should understand. And this is the basis of the multi-stakeholder model. That is something that everybody here embraces. And my last comment is that with regard to fragmentation, I think that it doesn't matter really the definition of fragmentation, what is fragmentation or what is not. And the proof is that Wolfgang and Milton disagree on one specific thing, if the shutdowns are or not fragmentation, but both of them agree that this is something bad. So I think that we should concentrate our efforts in discussing what is right and what is bad, and rather than the concrete definitions. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. So, any of the speakers who would like to respond?
Yes,
Sure.
may I take the first question?
Sure,
Okay,
go
so yeah, the first question was pertaining to how do well-intending governments or governments who have good intentions, how do they go about scrutinizing the regulatory or policy proposals, so that some of these negative outcomes of the internet are averted. I would like to introduce to the floor a toolkit provided recently developed by the Internet Society, the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit. This toolkit, basically provides a checklist of 5 desirables, 5 principles that have ensured that the internet has continued to grow and develop sustainably over the years. And with these toolkits, governments are able to assess their regulatory proposals, in a very fast and a very effective manner, focusing on the technical considerations. This toolkit has also been expanded to include what we've called the internet enablers, or the enablers of an open internet, which focus on the more non-technical aspects of internet functionality and internet development issues, like the socio-cultural issues, the balance of participation, among players in the internet industry or in the internet ecosystem, and issues around digital rights and accountability and transparency. So all of these, I think this is one toolkit that is available to governments almost immediately, or I would say immediately, to be able to access their regulatory intentions, their policy intentions internally. And we have worked at the Dear Government organization with governments in Nigeria and across West African countries. Recently, we are beginning a project with the Youth Standing Group where we'll be covering West African countries in this regard. And I think this is one toolkit that you would find very useful. If you're working in a governmental framework and then you are faced with these regulatory proposals that you think could undermine the progress and development of the internet. And I think, part of this also answers the first question, which Pedro put on the slide earlier that Innocent responded to. This toolkit also provides very useful definitions and very useful clarifications around what are some of the desirables that we want to see in an internet that is inclusive and open and interconnected and free from jurisdictional, and not shackled by jurisdictional barriers. And I also want to recommend to the policy committee that Emilia talked about earlier, a white paper that the Internet Society recently drafted on digital sovereignty. Very, very insightful, very informative white paper. I think that committee would find it useful as well. That is with regards to the first question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Just a quick answer to him. Okay, the question of the tech giants, I think it's not whether or not, but I think it should be, because as I said, I tried to rectify that the actions, the series of actions that the different actors tend to implement are the ones that could lead to a split internet. So I think it's not a question of whether or not, but a question of what of those actions by those tech giants and how they could lead to a split internet. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sure.
I'd like to address the speaker, I think from Brazil, who asked about the U.S. China rift on exports. He said markets are transnational, but what's going on with the U.S.? Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Their market participants would be happy to sell chips to China. China would be happy to sell Huawei's equipment to the US, but the interventions here are political. They are based allegedly on national security concerns, really on sort of geopolitical competition. And this is the reason why I emphasize this disjunction between states and the globally integrated digital ecosystem. I think that's really the fundamental thing that we're talking about. I would also like to agree with Raul and another speaker who said that we do need to be talking more about what to do about these things. I think it was Katerina, rather than definitional questions. Definitions are important to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, and it's good to have these discussions, and there have been many of them. But I think that the key question is really what do you do? And I agree with Wolfgang, and generally the people in this environment have talked about the formation of new international institutions that can take over some of the governance problems that are posed by this global digital ecosystem. So whether it's the dispute resolution system for trademarks and domain names that ICANN set up, or the policymaking apparatus of the regional internet registries, or even something like the Global Internet Forum for Counterterrorism, where you're dealing with content moderation on a transnational basis, or the Christchurch Call. Those kinds of new institutional frameworks are the direction that we could go. And of course, that is controversial and difficult. And again, the countries that emphasize sovereignty will resist those initiatives because it will be a surrender of their exclusivity of power in favor of global institutions. So you can expect that to be a contentious issue, but I think some of these issues, not every issue, some issues can be solved domestically, but many of these issues need to be pushing towards institutional innovation.
Yeah, I want to take the question from the Tony Blair Institute and the unintended side effects from governmental regulation. So I, prefer to use smart regulation because 20 years ago regulation was seen as a barrier against innovation, and it would strangulate thinking out of the box. But today we have realized we need regulation, so in a certain way, but what kind of regulation? And insofar smart regulation, which exactly defines what it wants to achieve, is very important. And you can find it out within a government with different ministries, and you have, it's the same in every country, that foreign affairs, defense, interior, health ministry have different ideas. The only way to settle this problem and to avoid unintended side effects is to have a broad multi-stakeholder discussion before you act. So that means that you bring all perspectives on board. A good example is the NIS2 directive from the European Union. It was very understandable that the EU said we have to enhance cybersecurity, but then they went too far by including the root server for the DNS into the proposed legislation. So this would have undermined the security of the domain name system, because this is managed by ICANN. And insofar it was very wise that after consultation with ICANN, this was taken out of the NIS2 directive, so that the root server is managed by the multi-stakeholder community and by ICANN. And if governments have a problem with that, they can use the Governmental Advisory Committee and to give advice to the ICANN board how to enhance security of the root server system. But this is a distributed system, and insofar the recommendation to governments is be very careful, consult not only, but bring all the relevant stakeholders to the table, be aware about unintended side effects, and act only where there is a need. and not just to create big boxes where you put all the problems right and regulate in a top-down way. This is not, the tradition is good, but we are moving towards the future and need new innovative mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Two people also raised their hands in the Zoom room. So firstly, I would like to let them also have their remarks. So the first one would be Jorge Sancio. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Only for 30 seconds, so please be very brief.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I think what gets lost a little bit in the discussion is that when there is an absence of rules and an absence of governance mechanisms, what occurs is that power or might trumps rules. And small countries or small societies are not in a position of dictating rules like big corporation or like big economic countries or big economic players. So what I think is that the splinters and the fragmentation are a consequence to a large extent of those big players imposing their will without really basing their decisions on an open and inclusive multi-stakeholder process at the global level. And there's where we have to work to build stronger global inclusive institutions that really set the rules for the future of digital cooperation. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Jorge. And then I would also like to give a floor to Auke, who also raised his hand, also for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to make 2 points. One, that we should make it impossible for some undemocratic state actors to touch the infrastructure of the internet. So we should all work together as technical community, as private sector, to make it impossible to block, shut down, or whatever, to make it impossible for users to use the internet in a more in the way they would like to use it. Second, content-wise, that's a difficult topic, and I also heard the remark from Wolfgang. Maybe we should moderate that in some way, but that would be to national governments, for instance, or private sector, to make the content that's online, that it doesn't conflict with the laws they have in that certain country. Third, we should make possible that more democratic ways are in place for those kinds of content moderation. Thanks.
Thank you a lot. We have run a bit out of time. We're very sorry for that, but we had to start it earlier because of some previous meetings delay. So if you could stay with us 5 more minutes, speakers would make their closing remarks, just very brief ones, like 30 seconds, 1 minute, please. And also, if we didn't have opportunity to listen to your question, Pedro has shared the link to the Google document in the chat in the Zoom room. We'll also put it down in the session report, in which you can put all your questions, and we will pass them to speakers so they can also, if they would like to, they can also respond to them. So in this way, we would like to hear all of your comments and questions, because this format is very short, so it looks like it look. So starting maybe in the same order as previously, Innocent, the floor is yours for your closing remark.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Emilia. So I think we've discussed a lot, but I think my take home is how do we go beyond coming to discuss or to understand what the split internet is, to okay, both concepts actually. We all have different perspectives, and some are differing to the others. But how do we find a common ground to understand the two concepts? Then how do we work as stakeholders to find solutions to the issues at hand? Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel?
Yeah, I think as with every other type of relationship, communication is important. We need more communication between government and other stakeholders in issues around digital sovereignty and display internet. You know, because we have seen that between intention and outcome that we see when it comes to regulatory matters around digital sovereignty and display internet, you know, along this continuum, there is a lot of love that is often lost. And then intent, by the time we begin to reconcile outcome with intent, we begin to see that the consequences are even more far-reaching than any of the individual stakeholders would have pre-imagined before such outcomes manifested. So I think this necessitates more engagement. And like Wolfgang suggested, the multi-stakeholder model offers an approach, a useful approach for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Wolfgang.
Yes, keep the critical internet resources which constitute the basic layer of the internet as neutral as possible, and learn from climate change. There is no American air, there is no Chinese air, there is polluted air or clean air. And keep the internet clean. There is no Chinese protocols or American protocols, so keep it as clean as possible, and reject all efforts to splinter the ground layer of the internet.
Thank you. Steve?
Thank you so much for these discussions and for inviting me. We've taken very good note, of course. This is an ongoing reflection and a critical issue for the Commission, and these IGF conversations are extremely useful for us. I would just like to conclude with a thought which is actually increasingly backed by empirical studies, but I think it's underlying this discussion, and it's underlying our intuition, which is that we're here not discussing about the internet as such, because the internet is so embedded into the everyday life of citizens and politics that we're really discussing about this. And what we see, what we suspect, but again, it's on the table recently by some geopolitical studies, is that the more fragmented the internet is, the more different the experience of the internet user is. So the different content that they encounter, the more exacerbated become the geopolitical differences. So a splintered internet is a splintered world. Two internets are two worlds. Two protocols in Africa are two Africas. Two protocols in Europe are two Europes. Very important that we solve this problem, that we find consensus. I think that human rights is really a very important tool that we've been using in many instances, and we should keep exploring the connection of human rights with the internet as much as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katerina.
I would like to thank once again to all the participants for this debate. And indeed, we've seen that, again, it's such a complicated issue, and it's becoming even more and more complex, and it's crippling from application layer to the technological layer to the transport layer. And while we are all affected by this issue, the debate is becoming even more relevant these days, and we need to find the common ground on which we stand and to start finding common solutions, at least the direction for that solutions. And innovative institutions, multi-stakeholder approach can shed a light on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Milton.
Yes, I'm just going to be, basically ceremonial here and say that I'm impressed with this organization of this panel by the youth group. I'm very happy you invited me. We have been working on these kinds of issues at the Internet Governance Project for almost 20 years now. And I would invite you to check out our site and stay in touch. We regularly blog on issues related to what we call the digital political economy and the growing digital Cold War, which some of you might call a splinter net. So stay informed and stay mobilized in these global environments. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you one more time to all our speakers and to our audience.
Thanks, everyone. Have a nice lunch and good morning for those that, like me and Professor Milton, are in the America's time zones. See you soon.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm just waiting on some sort of signal from the people or the moderator at the live venue, and then we can officially start. I'm not sure if the on-site moderator that was assigned to us is available or not. I'm not getting any messages from her. But we can start as soon as we get some sort of go ahead. Oh, okay. There's something here. Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna go right ahead and start off because we're already behind by 10 minutes, and I don't want to waste any more time. But thank you everyone for being here. My name is Haya Basit. I am coming to you from Pakistan. I work at the Digital Rights Foundation. I work as a program manager for the Cyber Harassment Helpline. I will ask all our panelists to introduce themselves. But first, I just want to give you an overview of what this session is about, what our intended aims are out of this discussion. We've seen that over time, lots of states use internet shutdowns and laws to control which platforms, which social media platforms, and digital services are available in countries for various reasons. They sometimes decide to ban them or block them for certain periods of time. This can happen in times of crisis or not. And on the other hand, we've seen examples where certain tech companies have blocked and restricted their operations and content in areas where they did not agree with the political actions of the state. So you have blockages and holding back of services or digital services from both sides, from both states and governments and from the tech companies themselves. But in the midst of all of this, it's always the citizens who are made to suffer at the end. They're not involved in the actual political, or they might not be involved in the actual political making decisions. And it's not necessary that they even support those moves, but they're the ones who at the end of the day are deprived of access to financial systems, to social media, entertainment, especially healthcare and educational systems. Which connect them to the rest of the world, and that's obviously an infringement of on their rights, their digital rights, their human rights, but also the other consequences of this is that people who aren't in that country, we are also from all parts of the world, we are also the ones who suffer because we lose very important information, live information that we can get from citizens on the ground, whether it's through live streaming or citizen journalists taking pictures, taking videos of the events that are happening or transpiring in that country at the time, especially when it's a crisis, political crisis going on, or even a humanitarian crisis. So, which is why I wanted to put up this discussion, and I've invited our panelists who I think will be able to give us a lot of insight into what rules or what frameworks should govern both the governments or states that impose these shutdowns or bans, and tech companies' decisions whenever they decide to withhold their services. So I'm going to call out each of our panelists one by one and ask them to give a short introduction of themselves. And I hope that I pronounced your name right. If I don't, I'm very sorry, and please correct me. I'm going to start off with Mona.
Thank you, Haira. My name is Mona Shtaye. I'm working at Hamle, the Arab Center for the Advancement of Social Media. I'm leading their advocacy and communication, and I'm glad to join you today in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Tanzil, do we have you here?
Hi everyone. I'm Tanzil. I work as a community representative for Mozilla Foundation, and I work as a software engineer. And I do advocacy work in the Indian administered Kashmir related to the digital rights and internet shutdowns. So I look forward to joining this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzil. Iliska.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eliška Pirkova. I work as a global freedom expression lead at Access Now. Apologies. And it's a great pleasure to be here today.
Thank you. And Nigat?
Hi, everyone. I am Nigat Dad from Pakistan. I run Digital Rights Foundation, and I also sit on the Meta's Independent Oversight Board.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm just going to start off by posing a question, first of all, to Tanzil. So we've, limiting digital services is obviously a major disruptor in the lives and well-beings of ordinary citizens. But what actions by a state or government can possibly justify imposing such restrictions on all the residents of such a country?
So I can't think of any reason that can justify, imposing restrictions on all the residents of a country. Maybe there could be some cases where there's a chance of violence, or there's a chance of there's a threat to human life. But in that specific area, some restrictions could be imposed, and I don't think internet should be shut down as a whole, but maybe some services could be restricted. But I have not heard of any such situation where the reason for shutting down the internet was threat to human life, or there is a conflict between two communities or something. Like most of the cases which I have seen and experienced is that when the people are against the government, their decisions, or when the people are living under occupation, like in case of Kashmir, then the government shuts down the internet just to stop the spread of information, and just to stop people from sharing whatever is happening with them on ground. So yeah, I can't think of any other reason. I don't think it should be shut down as a whole. Thank you.
Sure. Can you speak a little more about this situation that you are facing in Kashmir right now? What is your personal experience of governments dabbling in internet shutdowns or specific platforms? Yeah.
So one experience that I remember is when in 2019, the internet was shut for around 3 months, and not just the internet, other communication services, including the phone, SMS, even the post office was shut. So the reason for that was the government decided to remove one article from the Indian Constitution and integrate Kashmir with India. And they, before doing that, they shut down the internet. There was no violence happening. There was there was nothing that could justify shutting down the internet. But the government shut it so that people don't assemble, or people don't get to know what is happening around. The people that are not living in Kashmir, they don't get to know what's happening with the people in Kashmir there. I was not in Kashmir then, and I was not able to communicate with my family for at least 3 months. And not just me, thousands of people that were not in Kashmir, they didn't know what's happening what's happening there on ground. Not even the media persons were allowed. The journalists were not allowed in Kashmir, and all the communication services were shut. So I think that is one of the example of the government suppressing the voice of people who don't have the authority, who don't have the power in the government, or in anywhere, in any organization, but only source of only medium that they have to speak, that they have to share their experience is the internet, and the government shuts down that as well. Yeah, that's the experience that I've had.
Mona, I think I'll pose the same question to you. Are there any situations where you feel like, states or governments are justified, or do you agree with Tanzil on this? And what has your experience been?
So in Palestine, like the context is a bit different. We are not talking about internet shutdown. but rather we are talking about more of restrictions on the freedom of expression, how people are expressing themselves on the social media platforms, accessing like specific digital services. For example, we can talk about accessing PayPal, accessing Venmo, which is like owned by PayPal, but also the social media platforms where people can express themselves, where they can share the documentations of human rights violations that they are exposed to. And in cases where people are living under colonization or in a colonial context like Palestine, it's a bit tricky to give adjustments or to give excuses why governments, whether it's like military occupation governments or like authorities, local authorities, to deny people their right to freedom of expression. We can't give excuses for this. People should be able to share their opinions, the documentation of human rights violations that they are exposed to on the ground, on the social media, freely, openly, but also with a quality and affordable internet. And here we can talk more about the colonial context in Palestine, where it's like, yeah, we're not talking about cut off the internet, but we are talking about a context where Palestinians have no control over the infrastructure, the internet or the ICT infrastructure in Palestine, which means if the Israeli government decide to cut off the internet or prevent us from having access to the internet, they can do that easily because the Israeli government is controlling the whole ICT infrastructure in Palestine, which denies us as Palestinians our access to affordable quality internet in the occupied Palestinian territory. That said, that doesn't mean our communication on the social media when we have, internet connectivity to the internet, that doesn't mean that we are sharing our opinions freely or the documentations of the human rights violations freely. It also means that certain governments, which is in our context, the Israeli government, have or practices its power to put pressure on different tech companies to oppress Palestinian voices. As they are oppressing us on the ground, they are also oppressing our voices on the social media platforms. In 2015, the Israeli authorities, they established what they call the Israeli Cyber Unit, which works systematically to monitor Palestinian content, send requests to the social media platforms to take down the Palestinian content and oppress the Palestinian narrative in the online platforms. If we just keep in mind that when you are living in a colonial context, then you don't have, or you are the weaker community, you don't have access to the fair access to the international media coverage, which means that social media platforms are an open platform for you where you can share your narrative your stories freely and openly. But this is not the case when we have the Israeli Cyber Unit, which started in in numbers. In 2016, they sent around 2,400 requests to the social media companies, and they increased their work till in 2019, which is the most recent numbers that we have. They sent around 20,000 requests to the social media companies. And when we say the word request, we mean a communication message. We don't mean like a piece of content. At each communication message might have thousands of posts to the social media companies. So based on what the Israeli Cyber Unit acknowledged, they said that social media companies are accepting 90% of or approving 90% of those requests, which is basically censoring Palestinian voices. And this means that the narrative on the internet is not fairly representing the Israelis and Palestinians, but rather it has like a mono narrative where the Israeli narrative is stayed online and the Palestinian narrative is oppressed and it's being censored and taken down. And the latest report by the BSR, which is the Business Social Responsibility Network, which came as a result of the Oversight Board recommendation to have investigation on how they are moderating the Arabic Palestinian content and the Israeli Hebrew content, confirms that there is bias on how Facebook are treating the Arabic Palestinian content and how they are over moderating or over enforcing that content and how they are under enforcing the Israeli Hebrew content, which means that whether you have internet cut off or whether you have censorship on your voices, at the end of the day, you have limited access or you are denied of sharing your narrative, your story, and your content on the internet, which means like one party has more space than the other. And this is like a reflection of the human rights violations that we have on the ground. I think you are muted.
Thank you. But yeah, that's an interesting point that you picked up about infrastructure, about having access to and owning infrastructure, and then what benefits that can have. It's not just about the access to the internet, but affordability as well. Niket, would you like to add something to this discussion? I mean, we've had internet shutdowns and social media platforms being banned here in Pakistan as well. So in some situations, do you think that that would be justified? There are various reasons given by the Pakistani government, and what is your opinion?
Yeah, well, I think I agree what Tanzil said and what Mona already mentioned, and I think we really need to first see the context. Who's the more powerful? I think we can talk about justifications. I mean, the governments and states are the more powerful than users, and especially in crisis situation or in conflict zones, they are the ones who set the rules. They are the ones who make the rules and regulations and laws and justify these shutdowns, or as Mona mentioned, how cyber unit is not just we are talking about one jurisdiction, but law enforcement around the world have this power and access to the companies and asking for not only for users' data, but asking for taking down content. And I think this is something, and I'm thank you, Mona, for mentioning about the decision that we at the oversight board gave on in Al Jazeera case. But it's basically based on all of your work that you all have been doing for so long, holding companies accountable around being more transparent and accountable to the users, and transparent in terms of what they are taking down, how they are responding to the governments and law enforcement's requests. So governments can come up with their own ideas around rules and regulations. We have seen this in our own jurisdiction. We are seeing all over the world, and they are justifying these shutdowns in the name of national security or public order, or when they and they try to say that there can be political turmoil, or there is a threat to public at large, or there is a threat to other actors, and that's why we are shutting down internet. But the thing is that there is a framework available which many countries have signed on to, and it's the International Human Rights Framework, different treaties and convention. ICCPR is one, and so-called democracies are the ones who have not only signed on to it, they have ratified. So this basically it tells the government and states that if there are certain things that they want to do, they can do so under, and there is this threshold. The threshold is what? Legitimate aim should be there, in the sense that there should be an appropriate legal framework that authorizes such internet shutdowns to take place for some purposes, but those purposes should be very, very specific. And this principle of legality, it's a fundamental principle of international human rights that requires any interference with human rights to be prescribed by law. In addition to that, any interference with right to access, with right to free speech, must be necessary and proportionate We have been seeing disproportionate, what Tanzil was basically saying, that shutting down the entire internet, blanket bans, blanket blocking, that really doesn't justify government's actions. So any shutdown by the state which has an impact on its citizens' fundamental rights must demonstrate in specific and individualized fashion the precise nature of the threat, what threat they are trying to address. Public order, national security is something that we all have been seeing how governments interpret all these ambiguous terms. So I think the and of course proportionality and necessity, all these frameworks are there. It's actually the political will we are talking about. It's not that the governments don't know. They have ratified all these things. They know that there is this threshold, but how much willingness is there to follow, I think, is a question.
All right, thank you. And just because this discussion is headed that way, and Mona, you've already touched on this before, do you have an idea of what is the fine line? What extent do you think that companies, social media companies or other tech companies, what's that fine line where they should comply with the laws or requests by government whenever they want to do, restrict some of their activities? Where is the when is the action should be taken by those tech companies? What's that time when they should say, okay, we don't agree with the laws that you're trying to implement. We don't agree with the rights of the people that you're trying to suppress, and we're not going to comply with whatever you're saying anymore. And it might be better at this moment for us to back out.
Is this a question for me or for Nigat?
For Mona, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question. Actually, I think the baseline that we start our discussions, our advocacy with the social media companies usually is the international human rights law, as well as the human rights and business principles. Those are the starting lines. And the reality, however, the reality is a bit different because how social media companies operate and how governments are sending those requests reflects something different. It reflects the political, economical interests for the social media companies as well as for the governments. I can give you a clear example on this. In the Arab region, for example, in 2010, 2011, when the Arab Revolution started, the young people in the Arab region, they thought that they are now escaping the authoritarianism, like their regime authoritarianism that they have been living under for decades. But then when they escaped that and they started organizing and mobilizing themselves online and reflecting that on the streets, they were shocked by new authoritarianism, which is the digital authoritarianism from the social media companies, where social media companies have also the community standards that they are applying for this content. The fine line that we are mentioning, or that social media should take responsibility when it comes to moderating their content, is how this content, or does this content cause or could be reflected or extended to a real world harm. Like in the case of Palestine, Israel, like whenever they are over moderating that the human rights violations that Palestinians are exposed to, and then they are under moderating the Israeli hate speech, violent speech, and incitement against Palestinians and Arabs, which basically is reflected or is extended to the offline space or to our real life as a form of violence in our real life. Then we can see that there's a problem, because they are taking down evidence on war crime, where the ICC, where any party, any human rights entity would investigate the war crimes, would go back to this human rights documentation, while the other incitement, hate speech, and violent speech against Arabs and Palestinians, which in other cases created stereotyping and labeling, like the case of Kashmir or Myanmar or other cases. It creates labels and stereotypes against like certain communities. it stayed online because this was part of a powerful government that sent those requests against or toward to the social media companies to oppress more the marginalized communities, because as marginalized communities or as colonized communities, we don't have the power. And if we just think about the purchasing ads power, Israel has Israel has purchasing ad power equivalent to Palestine, Jordan, and Egypt combined all together. And this is based on the numbers in 2019. And when we are talking only about like the purchasing ad power, then we are talking about like one of the major things that operates the social media platforms. They are relying on business and on selling ads basically as part of their business model. Then here we are talking about the political economical interests for the companies as well as the governments. If we take another case, which is the Russia-Ukraine case, and I think Eliska would be much more expert in this more than me, but also the power dynamics there and how social media companies took aside or stood with Ukraine against Russia, how they took strict action to moderate the content during the time of the war. It reflects also how they followed the governmental or the big governments, powerful governments like the US government direction in taking a side beside Ukraine rather than staying in neutral, quote unquote, which also came late. Like now we are not negotiating if those measures were good or bad, but also they came late because for a long time, civil society in Ukraine were demanding tech companies to take action to protect people there. They never were serious about that until the governments took strict actions, they took strict actions. So it's how they are operating. It doesn't reflect the reality or the desired thoughts about how they should have work with certain communities and with certain countries.
Mm-hmm. And Eliska, you've also co-authored a declaration on principles for content and platform governance. So I'd like you to hear what your experience or opinion is on how tech platforms should behave in times like this.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for having me. And perhaps I would like to also quickly respond to your first initial question about whether measures such as arbitrary blocking of websites or internet shutdowns could ever be justified in the light of international human rights law. And very short answer to that is no. And precisely due to the fact that such an arbitrary measure under no circumstances can meet the proportionality and necessity test and the legality requirements that was already mentioned by previous speakers. And this is not only opinion of Access Now, this is also opinion of a number of international human rights monitoring bodies, including the Special Rapporteurs or Media Freedom Representative of the OSCE, but also actually European Court of Human Rights, who elaborated on what criteria have to be met if the state has to restore, and then it's questionable again on what basis, to blocking websites. And there were recent judgments, especially in 2020, issued by the court that condemned arbitrary blocking of websites. Just very quickly back to your question, and Mona has already raised a couple of very important issues. Indeed, Access Now launched during IGF here in Ethiopia the Declaration on Principles on Content Governance and Platform Responsibility in Times of Crisis. And I also would like to remind to everyone that it's not only about platforms or private actors' responsibility, who of course have the responsibility, especially under United Nations guiding principles, but it's also about the state positive obligations to protect individuals against interferences that unjustifiably violate the basic human rights. And so I will touch upon the responsibilities of platforms in a minute, but I really want to get this across because we often see, especially in the cases of internet shutdowns, that the bases such as national security or even the efforts to protect the individuals against the spread of disinformation on online hate speech are being invoked as a justifying ground for ordering these arbitrary measures. And of course, this is just abusive practice by states that cannot meet any requirements under international human rights law. And a similar trend can be observed also when states actually arbitrarily criminalize different acts of speech, such as disinformation or very vague terminology, such as fake news, that then enables to actually silence the voices of vulnerable groups, activists, and others in the online environment. Going back to your original question, what the platforms can do? Well, they can do much more than they are doing right now. We often see very knee-jerk ad hoc responses to crisis, usually at the moment when the crisis escalates, and when there is an ongoing public and political pressure on platforms to finally start taking steps in order to create more safer online environment, especially for those who are impacted by crisis, and that's pretty much everyone. In our declaration, we took the approach where we divided our set of recommendations to what platforms have to do before crisis, what they are required to do during crisis, and what kind of steps should be taken once the crisis slowly de-escalate. And I want to emphasize that we are not trying to promote a hard end of crisis, because there is no such a thing. Our recommendations are very much based on the due diligence, safeguards, and obligations that platforms should comply with. And that's precisely because we want platforms to mitigate the risks that directly stem from their systems and processes, such as algorithmic content moderation, content curation, but also the resources they invest into into content moderation and their content moderators, whether enough languages are being represented, whether these content moderators have a proper understanding of social, political, and historical context of the country. And these are the issues that have been flagged by civil societies for a very, very long time, but we still see a very little progress in the field. For us, one of the main tools that the platforms absolutely have to deploy is different risk assessment measures that are able, whether that's an ex-ante human rights impact assessment of their systems that they deploy, but also meaningful transparency criteria into the changes of their content governance policies, which is something we saw precisely in the case of Ukraine when platforms started adopting different carve-outs from content governance policies in order to create more safer environment, but at the same time being very non-transparent about those changes and how they're being implemented. And indeed, we often see platforms responding much faster in the areas where is that regulatory pressure and where there is a lot of political attention, especially from the Western world, in comparison to other parts of the world, especially in the global South, where we unfortunately have to observe a lot of negligence from platforms when it comes to adequate response mechanisms to crisis. And the final point that I would like to raise, what platforms can do, is maybe to elaborate more on the meaningful engagement with civil society organizations and trusted partners that operate in areas that are suffering of crisis or other challenging circumstances. We often see platforms engaging at the moment when it's too late. Without developing any proper system of, for instance, quarterly consultations or follow-up mechanisms on recommendations that the trusted partners and organizations with relevant expertise keep flagging to platforms long time ahead of the escalation of crisis. And there are no proper follow-up mechanism in place to see whether recommendations that are being delivered to platforms are actually properly addressed and translated into their content governance policies applicable during the time of crisis. Our declaration puts forward a number of recommendations that the system could actually get better and the system of consultation could be truly effective. Again, these consultations cannot start at the moment when the crisis escalates, but should be put in place already before the escalation occurs and also in the post-crisis phase. I'll stop there and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Yep. So I'm going to, so some of the things that were highlighted in this declaration that Eliška has co-authored is that there should be an equitable, fair and consistent approach to engaging, that there should be more greater transparency whenever tech companies or social media platforms receive requests from governments, that, transparency should be, is paramount. Any request should be, they should disclose any government requests. And of course that there should be a fair and impartial way of responding to content moderation, and especially I think you've also mentioned something about language, not just focusing on English, but on giving higher priority to non-English languages. So Tanzil, my question to you would be, in situations, what is your experience in Kashmir? What would you like for tech companies to engage in more whenever you felt like, the governments or states or the government or state was trying to pose restrictions too much? How should tech companies respond instead? Where have you seen that gap?
So I think internet is a global resource, and the tech companies need to have a set of guidelines and principles to follow, and not just blindly implement the government dictates. So as we are seeing in the conflict zones and the regions under occupation, people do not have authority or decision making, and the ruling governments make every effort to suppress people, both online and offline. So I think tech companies need to understand that. I think they already know, but they don't care. So and they need to make exceptions, in case of the regions, which are under conflict. Like they didn't, like Mona mentioned that there was an exception in case of Ukraine. So I think that exception has to be there in every case, in the cases which are conflict zones, like Palestine, Kashmir, Myanmar, and many other regions where government are against the ruling governments, or the occupiers are against the people living there in that region. So in 2019 or 18, I don't exactly remember, there were around 1 million tweets were removed by Twitter because the Indian government dictated them to do so, and there was no uh, option to appeal, or to tell Twitter not to delete, or to revoke the the ban that they had imposed. So and also recently, in past, I think in last 1 year, in 2022, we found that around 160, at least 160 accounts that are critical of India's actions in Kashmir, they were suspended by the Twitter, or most of them were withheld. You cannot access them if you are in India, if your location is set to India. And in last month we found out that if you change your location from India to another country, we used to access those accounts. Now, if you change your account to any other country, you still won't be able to access those accounts, which are withheld in India. So yeah, I think as Nighat also mentioned, that understanding the context is important when you are moderating the content online. And as we believe, internet is open and accessible for all, and I think it is the responsibility of tech companies, dominating the internet, to keep it that way. Collaboration could be one of the ways. Collaboration with civil society organizations could be one of the ways to sought help when asked by government authorities to censor certain kind of content or people online. So I think civil society and the people living in that region need to be involved, and not just communicating with the government authorities. That way we can better moderate the content online. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Can I just add to what Tanzil said? I think it's we have been saying how much transparency and accountability is important for both tech companies and states. More for tech companies because states are more powerful than the tech companies, and tech companies are the ones which are not only powerful but rich, and users in an ideal world, users should be the center of all the decisions that they are making, but in actual world that's basically that's not happening, and I think that's why several civil society organizations, digital rights organizations, I've been working for them. You are working at DRF, like it's been a decade that we have been saying the same thing over and over and over again, and now other organizations are also joining in around the world, and it's basically the same concerns that folks have been raising. I think it's again, I would say it's the will, but at the same time, I think we need several solutions. You know, what we are seeing by the governments are that they are in the name of holding tech companies accountable. They are coming up with regulations and laws that are also, you know, really problematic for users in that certain jurisdictions. In a sense that how those states are interpreting those regulations. You know, and it's mainly it's basically. What they say is we are holding tech companies accountable because they are not really responding to us, or you know, they are not really responding to our jurisdictions as opposed to the global north, and which is true. But at the same time, the impact on those regulations on users in more authoritarian regimes are actually multifold. So I think users in global majority, and especially in conflict zones and in authoritarian regimes, are more vulnerable than users in other jurisdictions. You know, they are dependent on the platforms. At the same time, they are dependent on their governments. So it's really, you know, like they are in a very tough spot. I would like to mention a very small case. A mention of a case that we have just decided at the oversight board, and it's basically, you know, like an example that how much accountability we need for these companies. So oversight board is just one example for Meta, and we do not do everything that is wrong with the company, right? It's only the content moderation decisions that we are making. But at the same time, how many other companies are actually holding themselves accountable, or they have like self-regulatory models? No, they don't. And I think that's something that we also need to sort of push, that besides regulations, besides other things that are coming up to hold tech giants accountable, we need self-regulatory models as well, which are independent and which have actual powers to hold companies accountable and tell them that what they are doing is actually wrong. And you know, the BSR report around Palestine and Israeli conflict is one example. Just 2 weeks ago, we released a decision around UK drill music, where you know, the company turned to oversight board saying that the UK law enforcement basically asked them to remove the video of a rapper, and it was originally removed from Instagram, but then they came to us asking us, you know, how we can deal with such situations where law enforcement reach out to us. And so what basically we decided the case, and we raised our concerns about Meta's relationship with law enforcement, which has the potential to amplify bias. So we made recommendations in that case as well, with respect to due process and transparency around these relationships. And it's not only with regard to that particular case, it applies to all the jurisdictions which Mona has mentioned, which Tanzil has mentioned, that what are these relationships with the law enforcement, with the governments, and how companies deal with this. You and I know at DRF that how this happens in our jurisdiction, right? So I think it's very important for us to keep holding these companies accountable, that how are they really transparent in those relationships, how they are taking down content, what requests they are basically accepting from the law enforcement. And in that case, we also found out that there was no reasonable threat that was raised by the UK police to Meta in order to take that content down. So please go to the website and read that decision, because we have given multiple recommendations to the company and raised our own concerns around these relationships with the law enforcement.
Great, thank you. So Alishka, Nigit just mentioned about how citizens from some countries are more heavily dependent on social media platforms in order to be able to raise their voice, to protest, to seek support from other countries and governments, you know, because their situation in their state is they're under attack, basically. So they're very reliant and dependent on these platforms. But tech companies, and as we've seen in Russia, in the Russia and Ukraine situation, they decide to pull out as a form of protest, you know, against the state's actions. So what do you think, what is the framework that can define that balance? You know, when they decide our actions are either helping those citizens there, or if pulling out of, you know, restricting our operations in that particular country will actually be more beneficial as a form of protest maybe?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So I definitely agree that especially when the countries find themselves in a situation of crisis, whether that's armed conflict or other types of social unrest, platforms are often a last resort of any potential access to effective remedy, right to appeal, or just to make their voices heard. And that also covers the documentation of human rights abuses and human rights violations. There is no other proper channels how to actually access these information otherwise. And we gradually see as more and more international judicial bodies are relying on these type of evidence in order to establish that proper accountability. At the same time, I also agree that state is often the main perpetrator of violence and has a direct access to the Institute of Violence. And the consequences of that are obviously really severe. So one way what platforms and companies can do in order to either manage that political and public pressure for them to leave the country, or how to actually maybe avoid that last resort of escaping the country. And I will repeat myself, and that's very much what the declaration is also doing, is to put in place certain measures that will, on one hand, help them to understand the nature of that crisis. And one measure that is also specifically mentioned in the declaration are crisis protocols that platforms can develop even before, again, the crisis escalates. So these crisis protocols, then should be deployed across all levels and likelihood of risks, and they should be designed to prevent and mitigate that potential harm that will, of course, become more and more gross once the escalation of crisis is fully blown. So, and there are a number of other human rights due diligence measures that can be put in place. When it comes to entering or leaving the market where platforms operate and where users are really reliable on them and they become sort of the life source of information, they can also actually conduct the risk assessments on those markets to understand what kind of countries and areas and regions and territories they're entering before they will start performing their operations there. And the same risk assessment measures should be put in place once they decide to leave the market, because of course, if they do so without any sensitivity or proper understanding of the situation, that can also cause significant harm for individual users. And then there is a number of recommendations that also touch upon already mentioned business models of companies, right? So these data harvesting business models that are then, of course, translated also into their content governance policies, whether these are content moderation systems or content recommender systems, or simply ad tech revenue, which lies in the core of business models of these companies. And of course, they are private companies, so by default, they often prioritize profit over the protection of human rights. And specifically, this special set of human rights due diligence safeguards that they can and should put in place can also help to mitigate negative impact of surveillance-based advertisement, especially if they operate in areas that are impacted by crisis. And we saw a couple of those examples also during the illegal invasion of Ukraine, when Russia specifically banned any sort of advertisement activities of these platforms in its territory, which is, of course, sort of a very strong incentive to be used by states because that's pretty much going after that profitable activity or the main activity that these platforms have. So there are, of course, a number of other measures that can be put in place when especially user empowering measures in order to mitigate the negative impact of business models. Transparency is one way how to go about it, but also giving more proactive tools to users and more tools that will protect especially users at risk at times of crisis are essential. And many of those are reflected in our declaration too.
Thank you. We're very short on time, but Mona and then Tanzil, I want to see if you have any closing remarks before we take any questions from our audience.
I can't agree more with what Nigat and Leska said, especially in the time of crisis. I strongly agree with what Leska said regarding how social media operates, like when they knew about certain conflicts or certain contexts, and they are not taking action until there is invasion right now. And this is also, unfortunately, it's also seen from a global south, a global north perspective. It matters only when it comes to the global north, but when it comes to the global south, it never matters for them. For example, Russia and Syria, like they have been in such situation for years, and they've never allowed people of Syria to spread hate speech, violent speech against political leaders and president of Russia, unless it happened to Ukraine, which is really heartbreaking. And I don't think that the way how social media operating is fair enough for all the users, which basically they claim to be an open space for everyone. So I do think that to use the social media, or like at least to have an open space for everyone, we should continue our advocacy effort, because of course social media companies, they are not going to stand by the international law or the business and the human rights principles, which we as human rights defenders have been calling on them to take as a baseline in their work for years, without like a real advocacy, joining like standing shoulder by shoulder by our allies in global south, but also with the progressive allies in the global north, who also are calling for decolonizing the digital spaces, decolonizing the digital approach on how tech companies are working and how they are operating. I think decolonizing, it's not a cliche. It could be a real word, and it could be really useful in the context on how social media companies are operating. But we should deal with that, or we should implement that in a very careful way, not to repeat again how the system or how social media or tech companies are operating, how the regulations from the global north are set, and then they are affecting people in the global south without even participating or without even thinking about people in the global south or taking their context into consideration. I'll stop here, but like the decolonization is a whole topic that I think we can continue talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Tanzil, really quick, do you have anything to add?
I think everyone has added what I think I was supposed to say, but in the end, I'd like to add that we are seeing some changes. From maybe if we go back 4 to 5 years, there was this content moderation was like people didn't were not aware about their rights online. If there was something was being removed online, it was just like people didn't care. I think that perspective has changed, and people are starting to question if something unusual happens to them online. So I think more we need to have more awareness, and we need to have real actions to hold the governments accountable. But because as I have been seeing from the past few years, there are so many organizations like Access Now and many other organizations who have been trying to collect the data and trying to look at the impact that the internet shutdowns or the censorship and other such effects, other such things are impacting the people online. But there hasn't been much impact, like the government isn't doing much in this area. I think that we need to focus more on that, so that people can have some free space to speak, who don't have the space to to share their experiences or the information offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzil. Bruna, who is with us at the venue, can you please see if there's any questions, and our panelists would.
Of course. Hi, everyone. Just to see whether anyone would like to ask any questions, or just raise your hands. So far, no questions in the room, but yeah.
Okay, so because we are exactly on time now, and I don't want to overextend if there's a next meeting in the room. Again, if anyone has anything, just to add very quickly at the end. please do so, and or we can just end the meeting right here. Thank you, everyone, so much for your contributions here. I think it was a very fruitful discussion. It's a very important discussion to be having. And Alishka, Nighat, Mona, and Zil, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Hyra. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Recording in progress.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm talking with a musical accompaniment here, and yeah, welcome to the Declaration Lounge. We would like to see the room. We need to know whether our on-site moderator is there. That's good. Excellent. And I think I see Henriette over there. Hello, hello. All right, and we're still waiting for Dhruva.
Milton, I think everyone's here. I think we just need the door to be closed and then you can start. And people to cease their personal conversations.
Okay. Cease your conversations. This is a dialogue on the future of the internet, and there will be no talking. Right. So let's go ahead and start. I am Milton Mueller. I'm at Georgia Tech at the Internet Governance Project there. Andreas, would you like to introduce yourself?
Happy to. Good morning, everyone. Andreas Kuhn, a senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation America, and I'm very happy to co-organize this session with Milton. And then thank you, everyone, for being here this morning, this afternoon, or wherever, depending wherever you are.
So let me just share my screen if I can. No, I can't. We think that the Declaration for the Future of the Internet was an important initiative, and it was a very interesting and complex initiative because we're trying to deal with sort of defending the multi-stakeholder free and open internet. And there's always been some trouble about what is the role of governments in that. To many of us, governments have been one of the main threats to the freedom of the internet. And we have promoted private sector led and multi-stakeholder governance. But at the same time, it's good to, for governments themselves to take the initiative to recommit themselves to some of the principles that made the internet successful. And that is something that, governments in some ways have to take the initiative to do. So if you look at the substance of the Declaration, you find that it is reclaiming the promise of the internet. It talks about the, sort of that early vision of how the internet was changing things and making information more accessible, more open. And essentially, they are proposing now to meet the challenges of the negative aspects of the internet by reaffirming the good things about it and taking certain steps to advance that vision in the current context. So the key principles are the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, the globalism of the internet, that is refraining from shutdowns, refraining from blocking or degrading access. The next one is an inclusive and affordable access to the internet. So we're talking about promoting affordable broadband access to the internet, supporting digital literacy and skills acquisition, fostering greater exposure to diverse cultural and multilingual content, and so on. And then there's the trust problem, the issue of cybersecurity. So combating cybercrime, promoting the protection of consumers from online scams, trustworthy network infrastructure and services, and a rules-based global digital economy, which fosters trade in contestable and fair online markets. And the final principle is indeed multi-stakeholder internet governance. So today we have brought together a group of people who are both signatories to the declaration and people from countries who are not. And let me just briefly mention who our panelists are. We have with us Alan Davidson, who is the Assistant Secretary for Commerce in the United States government. And I know that Alan has been involved in ICANN and other civil society advocacy groups before he entered government. And I think he worked for Google at some point also. So he has a good range of experience and is now in government as a policymaker. We also have Luis Marie Harel, who is Brazilian, who is a cybersecurity scholar studying at the London School of Economics. And she has also worked in the research institute in Brazil, although she recently shifted to one based in the UK. So she has a global South perspective, but one that is very integrated with the entire internet ecology. Henrietta Esterhuizen is another civil society person, and she is from Africa. She has been extremely active in internet governance since the World Summit on the Information Society and is from South Africa. We also have Dhruva Jaishankar. Is Dhruva successfully on now? Okay, good. Yes, there he is. All right. So Dhruva is working for the Observer Research Foundation in the Americas. I believe he's a vice president, and he is from India. And ORF, as if we want to use the acronym, is one of the major policy think tanks in India. And then we have Regina Greenberger, who is the cyber ambassador from Germany. And Regina also has been actively participating in IGFs and I think has been involved with ICANN's GAC for some time. So let's get down to it. I think the most important question we want to start with is essentially a simple one. I'm going to go through the panelists and simply ask them, did your country sign or did it not sign the declaration, and why or why not? So let's start with Regina.
Actually, we did, as all EU member states did sign the declaration for the future of the internet. EU and all member states, and even Hungary, which was not invited to the Summit for Democracy itself, but also they, at least in the end, aligned with themselves with this declaration. Germany is also part of the Freedom Online Coalition, and our first sentiment when we saw the initial drafts was, I mean, that's basically the same idea, that we are standing up for freedom online, for human rights online, for some basic principles. When we discussed the declaration for the future of the internet on this global stage, international stage, at the same time we had also an internal discussion within the EU about something that was also called a declaration on digital rights and principles for the digital decade. And I think that's what you said, Milton, that was also true for all the Europeans, that policymakers, but also stakeholders and whole societies needed some self-assurance where they stand in terms of digital transformation and where to go from there. As you said, that we need some we wanted also to, as governments, to have some recommitment to the basic principles of the internet. And there are actually some questions that have to be reconsidered from time to time as the developments on the ground request this. For example, a rebalancing between the roles of public and private sectors. Then, of course, between private sector, industry, and civil society, and in Europe also between big tech and alternative ecosystems, like our European digital ecosystem, which is quite different, for example, from the American one. So that would be my answer.
Very good. Now I'd like to turn to Dhruva, if I could ask you, did India sign a declaration, and if so, why or why not?
So thank you for having me, and my apologies, I'm having some connectivity issues, but it seems like I can join for this. So India did not sign the declaration, and there are many possible reasons for this. I've spoken to many of the people involved on the policy side, on the Indian side, but largely I think it comes down to two different sets of issues, and these are not unique to this particular initiative. One is a question of process. And I think the feeling is, there wasn't a sufficient sort of a consultative process, and there are other mechanisms, including the multilateral mechanisms that could have been used to do this. This is, as many of you know, an outgrowth of the Biden administration's push also as part of the Summit for Democracy, in which India, amongst others, did participate. But that being said, I think that there were some questions about the processual issues. The second aspect is also more on substance. And, for example, India previously had not signed on to statements concerning the free flow of information, say at the G20 summit that was pushed a little while ago. And some of the concerns that India has, I think, is sort of an insufficient emphasis on national security. And then some questions about where some of the principles, including, say, on some of the democratic principles that were mentioned in the declaration, what interpretations of what exactly that means. And so I think on both on substantive grounds and on the mechanics of how it came about, I think there were those concerns.
Can you tell us a bit more about the process? What were the concerns with the process?
I think just in terms of, this grew out of a Biden administration initiative. I think it appears that there was very good consultation with European allies. But generally, I think sort of the global South, including India, isn't often brought in sufficiently at an early stage in some of these discussions. And so as a consequence, we saw most of the countries that have signed up tend to be, with a few exceptions, tend to be largely US allies.
Okay, thank you. Well, why don't we turn to Henriette next, if you're ready, Henriette. What was South Africa's role or position on the declaration? And I know that you don't speak for the state, but you probably know a bit more about it than most of us.
Well, South Africa has not signed onto the declaration. I don't know what their stance on it would be. I can guess. But firstly, why did South Africa not sign? Process, as Dhruva said. South Africa generally, and they're quite explicit about this, if you speak to the Directorate on International Cooperation, South Africa generally has an in-principle position that they do not sign onto documents that they did not negotiate. That's, in my experience, fairly common in BRICS states. In fact, I think it's one of the discussions within the BRICS states. And this is in response to a tendency for countries in the global north to develop statements or positions and then expect like-minded allies in the global south to sign on. South Africa is very firm on this. I've been at negotiations at the OECD where there's a document that South Africa, as an observer of the OECD, has been invited to sign on to, and they like the document, but they will not sign on because they weren't part of the process of negotiating the text. Secondly, I would say as far as the content is concerned, I think there's broad alignment. I have a colleague here from South Africa, Alison Gilwart, who can comment. I think broad alignment with most of the principles. except perhaps the one on multi-stakeholder internet governance. I think in the way that it's framed, the South African government would have concerns about it. They are still of a view that the discussion on enhanced cooperation has not been complete in the post-WSIS era. They still feel there's a need for more governmental oversight over internet governance. In general, their view is that multi-stakeholder participation is what you do at home, not necessarily what you do globally. Back to you, Milton.
Good. So let's go now to Luis from Brazil. And again, let us know what you know about the reasons why Brazil did not sign.
Absolutely. So again, not speaking on behalf of Brazil and don't intend necessarily to do so. First, because the reasons why have not been made public, and second, because I'm also not a government representative. But I think there is an IBSA alignment over here in terms of not signing the declaration. So Brazil didn't sign. So 6 Latin American countries signed the declaration, 9 if we're considering the LAC region, but Brazil did not. And first, I think there is, as I said, an IBSA alignment in terms of thinking about process. So also historically, Brazil, as a country that that plays with its strategic ambiguity in terms of foreign policy, does not sign documents that it has not been included in conceiving or in the negotiation phase. So that is also something to be considered there. And just to give an example, right? I mean, the Budapest Convention, Brazil. It took 20 years for Brazil to actually sign the Budapest Convention. And that just happened like 2 days ago, it was officialized. So, and the other one, another example is the Paris Call. Brazil also didn't sign the Paris Call, and probably also because it wasn't included. And of course, of measuring what are the different interests in the negotiation phase. That is something that really plays into historically in terms of Brazil's own vision around not just internet governance, but foreign policy more generally, right? But I don't think that, unlike India and somehow aligned with South Africa, it's not because of content. I think it's more of political ambiguity, because in terms of content, when we think about the discussion, it's not necessarily a discussion about signing or not signing because of content. It's more because, historically Brazil has, a whole international projection in terms of its multi-stakeholder governance at the national level. One could argue that it's a bit different when we think about, maybe it's more multi-stakeholder prone nationally than internationally in terms of narrative. But still, it does have that kind of the steering committee, and also the principles outlined and many of the subject areas outlined in the declaration, they are almost the same as the decalogue of principles that the Internet Steering Committee published in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. So it's definitely not about content. And I think we should also position when this declaration is coming to the fore, right? I think it is coming to a moment where we're looking against the backdrop of a geopolitical context where proposals related to technology governance more broadly, they are increasingly tied to adversarial logics. And for countries in the global south, for countries that are normally called swing states, right, they want to play on their strategic ambiguity to say when they want to or not do that. So I think one keyword is calibration. Calibration in maintaining that strategic ambiguity in terms of foreign policy. And just to kind of close with 2 extra points, I think, Brazil wants to maintain a working relationship with other countries such as China and Russia. So there's some moments that they're not going to do that. And one example that I could give here is, for example, like in terms of calibration, Brazil did join the International Counter Ransomware Initiative. And that is a US-led kind of initiative, right? But you cannot say precisely why. Sometimes that strategic and geopolitical calculus will be stronger, and at other times it won't be, right? So that's quite interesting. There's no formula to that in that sense. And finally, I think there's another element, another layer to Brazil's thinking. It's whether this is part of the political considerations at the domestic level, right? Is that actually important at the national level right now, since we're having so many other discussions, to actually have a clear position on the declaration, right? Even though the U.S. is a huge partner and you know, they have been working for many years. So that's basically my thoughts around that.
It's a very good explanation, and I appreciate that. And I think that opens the door to some further discussion that we'll follow up on the question of whether whether this whole idea is maybe not a good one. But in that regards, let's turn to Alan Davidson of the U.S., which was generally perceived as the initiator of the declaration. And Alan, tell us, you know, obviously the U.S. signed, but what do you think about the progress of the initiative, and what you think of what you've heard about the people who didn't sign it?
Well, first of all, thank you, Milton, and it's terrific to be able to join you all remotely. And I'll say, of course, the U.S. did sign and was proud to be a leader, along with the European Commission, in gathering over 60 partners, you know, from Latin America and Asia and Africa, as we've heard, to launch the declaration in April. And it was a signal, it was designed to be a signal of a shared positive vision for the future of the internet. An internet that's, as we've seen, open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, secure. And those are incredibly important first principles for us to be putting a marker down on, for us to be, you know, kind of reclaiming with this document. And I would say, you know, just for context, you know, I think this came at a moment where there was a growing sense of urgency about the need to recommit to those first principles, right? Part of that is about the increasingly central role that the internet plays in all of our lives around the world. Another part of that was the rising trend of, is the rising trend of digital authoritarianism that we are so concerned about, that threatens that open, global, interoperable vision of the internet. And, you know, I think this also came at a moment at the very beginning of the Biden administration when we felt it was particularly important for countries to be stepping up and recommitting to that vision. So, you know, there was a sense of urgency, I would say, that I think informed a lot of this work. And the hope now is that moving forward, we look and see if we can attract more countries to this document based on what we think of very strong substance, very strong positive vision about what the internet can and should be. It has a strong embrace of multi-stakeholderism, which continues to, we believe, and I think all the signatories believe, is the right path forward for promoting these principles. There is also real value, and I know there is a lot that we should explore about process, and particularly the role of the multi-stakeholder community. There is also arguably a role for government-to-government statements of principle. And this offers an opportunity, I would say, for the multi-stakeholder community to hold countries to account. This binds us. This is a statement, and we now, I think, should invite the multi-stakeholder community to try to gather more countries into this, to adopt this statement of principles, but also to think about how to hold us all to account to make sure that we're living up to those principles. So that's a reflection back, and I think there's a lot of great stuff that has been raised to explore.
That's very good, Alan. So just to be factual for a moment, how many people have signed it? It seems like there has been some additions since we actually started this proposal. Where are we at now?
It is over 61. There are some states that I know are on the verge of announcing their adoption, but I think I would say in the mid 60s is probably a safe bet about where we are.
The mid 60s. Okay. Those are very good years. Yeah. So that you segued right into our next topic, which was the question of why was this a state-to-state initiative as opposed to a broader multi-stakeholder initiative. And I think Regina has some observations about that she can start out with.
Thank you, Milton. Yeah, from my memory, it is basically an intergovernmental declaration because it started as a contribution to the Summit for Democracy. Although in the end it was delayed, so it wasn't ready for the Summit for Democracy, but that's basically the reason why only governments were approached in the first round. It also started with this idea of an alliance. That is what Dhruva also said. Alliance and military allies of the US were among the first group of countries that were approached by the Biden administration. But this term alliance quickly disappeared because it was clear that it's not about us against them or something like that. It's about, recommitting to the principles, and that should be something that is an endeavor that should be open for all states and all governments. I would say the idea to have something on the future of the internet as part of the Summit for Democracy is also something that is very clear and intuitively clear to me and also to other European interlocutors of the Biden administration, because democracy for digitized societies relies on an open and free and secure internet, both in terms of infrastructure and all the technical and logical layers, but also in terms of content. And this is something where it was absolutely clear that we have to shed a light also on the role of the internet for the democracy. It is there are some issues that are perhaps worth remembering or reminding us that from the initial draft of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet to what we have now, there were several loops that we had, and it's interesting for everybody that to learn a little bit more about that. One of the loops that we had was actually to bring in the European Commission as the negotiating counterpart on the side of the Europeans, because internet governance is basically not one of their main competencies, but remains within the competence of the member states as member states of the United Nations. Then this element of stakeholder involvement also appeared a little bit later. It was decided that the declaration itself is not open to stakeholder participation, but stakeholder involvement as such was amended in the draft so that this awareness of the role of stakeholders for the future of the internet was then clear to all the signatory partners. And it has experienced also some further development, because the now established tech cohort for the Summit for Democracy is actually a stakeholder format with Access Now and other partners on board. And then something that also came later was the reference that the Declaration for the Future of the Internet is actually also to be coherent and consistent with other framework documents, like, for example, the Freedom Online Coalition or the United Nations documents, also the norms framework that we developed in the United Nations, and other basic documents. So I think that in the process of drafting and editing the declaration, it also from my point of view, very unsatisfying first draft, it became quite a good document in the end, and it's also a useful starting point for further process. I would agree with those of you who have said, okay, because we weren't able to negotiate the document, we are not able to sign it. That is, of course, some part of the process that could perhaps been done better. And for example, Counter Ransomware Initiative is an example of how this could be dealt with in a different way, because this is more about cooperation, actual cooperation, and not about positioning countries positioning themselves in a way, and for the declaration, the process has been underestimated in the beginning, but it has become more important now. We have had an outreach organized by both the US and also the European External Action Service to third countries to invite them to sign on to this declaration, and it has been quite successful, and the increasing number of signatories is proof to that. Part of the process is also that we had a meeting of all the signatories in Prague in early November, something that the European Commission was very keen on organizing, to have also some opportunity to exchange on the state of affairs, because of course countries, governments declared themselves willing to strengthen and to empower the original principles of the internet, but it's once and for all is not enough, so there has to be also a continuous engagement on this. So I think this process aspect is something that we would have to highlight further in the future. But with the text of the declaration, I think we have a very good reference framework. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to now draw in Luis and then Dhruva, if I could. Are we, in some sense, going backwards a bit on multi-stakeholderism? Because I remember this exciting moment in Brazil in 2014, the Net Mundial, which was did involve states. It was a very critical moment, in the wake of the Snowden revelations. On the other hand, I understand the signaling element that Alan mentioned. What is your opinion about the future of multi-stakeholderism, given this initiative and the way it's played reasonably well, but still the signatories like Regina are talking about stakeholder involvement, but not participation in actually signing the document. Let's start with Luis, and then I'll turn to Dhruva.
Okay, easy question, right? But I think, overall, I think, well, just give one comment on context and then kind of go really to the point about like multi-stakeholder. I think we're looking at a field, like if we compare 2014 to today, right? It's a very different landscape of initiatives, a very different landscape in terms of how the topics have grown into specific niche areas. So you have specific forums and processes focusing on cybersecurity, others on AI, and yada, yada, yada. So you have this complexification of the fields and specialization of the discussion. So I think we, to some degree, multi-stakeholderism has spread throughout some of these discussions, right? I mean, you see some mentions and processes and initiatives that try to capture more multi-stakeholder participation in these specialized debates, which I think it's great. I think that's something that internet governance kind of like broadcasted, right, in many ways. But I think in the context of the declaration, I think we really, I'm going to be the devil's advocate, so I'm going to be a real pragmatist here. We need to consider what it actually means to make something multi-stakeholder, right? I think that has been the crux or existential crises of the internet governance world. Like, what does it mean to actually make something multi-stakeholder or strictly governmental, right? So I'm really glad because Alan said something that's, I think captures very nicely how I thought about the declaration, how I think about the declaration. So if we're thinking about the declaration in terms of political gains, of signaling something, of signaling a message in this context that we're living in, and I think the sense of urgency, right, of sending out a message that in this context where there is this notion of a tech clash, that there are geopolitical disputes around that, there's a need to like say that we as liberal democracies, as democracies, we agree that these are the principles. So it's a moment to say it again. So I think in terms of political signaling, if that is the intended effect, I think, you know, as a government-led process, government to government, I think it achieves what it aims to do, you know, in terms of signaling. But if we think about like, if it was a multi-stakeholder process, is the objective actually to signal? I mean, it could be potentially to signal, but it would also be many other things. So in terms of achieving that particular objective, and as I said, I'm being the devil's advocate pragmatist over here, right? In terms of achieving a particular objective, then we might not have that. It's not to say, again, that I don't agree and I don't think that we should think about these declarations and the commitments as something that we're all sharing. But I think in terms of intended purposes of how I interpreted the declaration, I thought it was much more about this signaling than necessarily doing a multi-stakeholder process to actually build the declaration and to have the sign on. And once we have, like, just compare with like the Paris Call. The Paris Call is one example of, France / Microsoft kind of coming together and talking to different countries and building like a declaration, let's say, on like peace and security in cyberspace. But then the question is, so how do you move forward, right? In terms of government, it's like, let's get more signatories because that's going back to our political signaling. In terms of multi-stakeholder engagement in a declaration, which is something really like big, in the terms of like the Paris Call, they tried to do like multiple working groups, but there's still this question of, okay, we signed up to this, what does that mean in practice, right? Is it just another reference for us to make governments more accountable for what they're doing? Maybe that's the political gain for other stakeholders. So I think that's my kind of overall assessment, let's say, of this tension. I think we need to ask, what does multi-stakeholder do to something, the process such as this, a declaration such as that, and in terms of being realistic about what are the strategic and political interests over there.
Good, thank you. Dhruva, I know that India has a very active civil society on internet issues, and my organization has an employee there, a staff member. There's so much going on in India related to the digital political economy, but the state is taking sometimes a very adversarial stance towards, or the civil society is taking a very adversarial stance towards the state. So how do you see this multi-stakeholderism issue?
Sure. Actually, just firstly, and just in response to some of the other comments, which are very interesting, and it was interesting to see the commonalities and the somewhat different emphases of some of the other speakers on the similar issue. One thing I would mention is one difference I think India would have relative to some of the other countries is less of a concern about the consequences of the geopolitical competition taking place. And in fact, I think you've seen India actually sign on to some principles in the digital space precisely because of that geopolitical competition. So both for example, in the context of the Quad, which is India, involving India, US, Japan, Australia, but also on digital principles for AI, basic democratic principles for AI, for example, that have been endorsed by the European Commission and many OECD countries. And so there are other examples, I think, of India actually signing on to and participating in some of these initiatives that use very similar language. In fact, I think driven by concerns about similar shared concerns about geopolitical competition, particularly vis-a-vis China. Getting to the question of multi-stakeholderism, it's interesting. You mentioned Net Mundial coming in the immediate wake of the Snowden revelations. But equally, I think the big watershed moment after that was Cambridge Analytica, which came afterwards, which I think really, it's one of many examples, I think really discredited this notion that a lot of essentially the private sector, the corporate sector can govern itself and can be responsible enough to govern itself. And so I think that, this issue that governments do need to play a bigger regulatory role. This can't be a sort of a sandpit in which where regulation follows innovation, sometimes lags quite significantly behind innovation, and including initiatives by civil society. So I think as was mentioned already, I think the context has changed significantly. And essentially, I don't say this with a degree necessarily of optimism, but I do think we are, for a variety of reasons, many of which have been discussed already, entering into a stage where national governments will be expected and would expect to play a much bigger role. While I think certain multi-stakeholder principles will remain, some may even strengthen, and certainly lip service will be paid to many of these initiatives. That really, I think we are entering into a sort of more of a stage of digital nationalism. India is in the process right now of re-litigating or re-legislating a lot of its laws. In fact, there might be some quite sweeping changes to what are quite archaic laws that govern cyberspace and the internet broadly in India over the next few months, possibly into next year. So I think it's a bad timing in some ways. We're at a stage where we're just going to see very, very significant changes to legislation. And so a lot will depend on how that plays out. And like a lot of legislation, this has been open to comment by outside actors as well. So let's see how this plays out. But I fear the trend will generally be in response to, in a post GDPR, in that kind of world. I think we're moving in a particular direction.
Henriette, you wanted to get in on this.
Just briefly, Milton, I think there is a need for principles. I think there is a need for governments to be more engaged. I think the idea that we have one fully integrated global internet governance, that system that's multi-stakeholder, that's simply naive. It doesn't work that way. I think what we do need is multi-stakeholder engagement in our separate initiatives. I would have liked to see this as a government-led initiative, but to seek more input from other stakeholders in the process. I think in terms of the document, I think it goes a little bit beyond principles, and I think it is signaling a message. I mean, it's positive for governments to signal a message like this because there's so much regulation happening at the moment, perhaps too quickly in some places, and having principles that can be used to evaluate and harmonize that regulation, I think, is useful. But I think this document goes beyond that. I think it also signals a geopolitical message. It uses the concept of like-minded and democratic. Now, this is immediately language that makes it very difficult for states to align themselves with this document. So I think that if this was a message that was trying to signal governments wanting to establish common principles to protect the publicness of the internet, to respect human rights, I think that's quite positive. I would have liked them to develop it in a more inclusive way. But I think to signal that message with geopolitical coded messages between the lines actually can set us back in terms of having those very principles respected globally at national level, which I think as a multi-stakeholder internet governance community, we really would like.
Milton, if I can add some remarks on that. You should also not underestimate the heterogeneity within governments, because, for example, diplomats are always at the forefront of international cooperation and also multi-stakeholderism. It's within our DNA to talk to others and to kind of align ourselves and find the biggest possible common denominator. But then in all governments, it's the same. I mean, digital ministries then come in, or economic ministries or finance ministries with also some interest in international cooperation. But then the more inward-looking ministries and departments like interior, security, and for them, some of the principles to be found in the Declaration for the Futures of the Internet are really hard work to accept. So I think the signaling goes both ways within the international community to those who are still not part of the like-mindedness, as Henriette said, but also within our own governments and to our own civil societies that we are really willing to take this seriously.
So Henriette sort of raised the elephant in the room, which is this like-minded question. Is this a tool in a geopolitical competition? It seemed to me that the evolution of the document really moved away from that to a certain degree by dropping the alliance language. But maybe Alan can comment on that. You know, the US, well, Dhruva spoke of digital nationalism, which I, you know, in our research center thinks is a really undermining and destructive thing in general. And we do think that India is going in that direction in certain ways. We know that certain countries are promoting digital sovereignty, and even the European Commission or the European Union is using that term, and the US is as guilty as any other, just having imposed a bunch of restrictions on equipment sales and services from its adversary or its perceived adversary, China. So Alan, what are we trying to get out of that, or are we reinforcing it with the declaration?
It's a great question. Let me maybe take a half step back first and just address some of the great points that have been made so far. And I would say, you know, to the question about this being a government-to-government document, I would just say, you know, in many ways that was a known bug, as we say, a known bug from the start. That there would always be limitations in trying to do a government-to-government document and to do it relatively quickly, as was the desire. And as Regina noted, I do think the document improved substantially with input, and with more time might have also improved more. But I think in some ways it was the best that could be done in a short period. And I think we and many of the signatories remain very proud of the content of the document, even if the process could have been improved. You know, the hope is, of course, that there is a very, you know, also robust place for multi-stakeholder governance with it, even as we were moving forward in this government-to-government conversation. And I think that's enshrined in the document. The signaling point that Luisa raised and others raised, I think, is quite important. That was quite the goal of this document, a statement of principles, taking a stand at a moment when people were questioning where many governments stood on these issues. And it is very in its support of these broad principles. You know, the signaling point and the question of like-mindedness does also go to this question of how to, I think there was a conscious effort to make sure this was a document that had some teeth, right? This wasn't a document that I think the signatories did not want a document that just anybody could sign on to, right? The notion is a strong sense of belief in these principles around human rights, access, multi-stakeholderism, the other things that trust that are enshrined in the document. And so, yes, in many ways, it is a document that sets out to differentiate and to say that those who sign are making a binding commitment to these principles. Because going forward, and we think about what is the potential role here, I think it's quite important to look at the substance. Did we miss? Did we get it right? And then to bind states to these commitments. It enshrines a role for civil society and the private sector, the technical community, academia, and other stakeholders to work to get more states into these principles, and then to hold states to account for the principles afterwards. And that's very much what I think we wanted.
I think I agree with you that, and let me shoot that back to Henriette. It's kind of a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation here. If the principles are such that there's no like-mindedness, then they're kind of meaningless, right? If you know, if North Korea can sign on to the principles, what do they really mean? On the other hand, if you are defining principles that some countries cannot agree with, then you're in this trap of sort of being creating an exclusive group of like-minded states who are adhering to these principles. So, Henriette, how would you navigate that tension? Or anybody on the panel can.
Others can respond as well. I think that, I mean, what does like-minded really mean? I mean, like-minded in many, how is that term like-minded often used? It's used for coalitions, for blocs. It's very rarely connected to the actual values and principles that are practiced at national level. Hungary signed onto this, for example. But Milton, to get back to that, I think it's a good idea. I think it's good that governments are willing to commit to uphold these principles. But I think we need to be realistic. Look at the Freedom Online Coalition. It has not actually succeeded in systematically getting its assigned states, its member states, to apply principles of online freedom effectively. I think for civil society to use this document to hold countries accountable. In fact, I think it would be very useful to start with the US maybe even and do an analysis. I think it would produce useful evidence. But to do that consistently when civil society already has to hold states accountable for complying with international human rights agreement within the United Nations system and other treaties that they are signatories to. So I think over the longer term, I'm not sure that it's feasible, but maybe in this period where we are in transition, where we beginning to rethink about how approaching self-regulation, co-regulation, regional regulation, I think having a list of principles and checks and balances that can prevent overreach through regulation and still help us meet the intended objectives of that regulation could be useful, but I think it would have to really be approached in a more multi-stakeholder way than this. And I think civil society would like to participate in that. I think many would. I can't speak for all. But I think the long-term feasibility of this and what the end game really is would need to be quite a lot clearer than it is right now.
Can I jump in on that, Milton?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just really quickly, I think it's nice that Henriette ended on that point. So on the point of like-mindedness, at least how I think about it, it could be in layers of like-mindedness, right? So you could go for, let's say, Five Eyes, then allies, then like-minded and the extended family, and then just expand. So layers of different partners, right? And I think that's good. And there's all the types of like-mindedness, in terms of the concept, right? But when thinking about the DFI, I think it's interesting that in spite of the language, you still see like 60 plus countries signing to it, right? So again, I'm playing the realist here, like the pragmatist. So in terms of doing that, I think it's a stakeholder mapping effort of like who's actually on board in terms of, this, are we still agreeing with this? Are these still principles that resonate? So in spite of the allies term, which could be interpreted in multiple ways, there's still buy-in. So I think that is quite interesting to observe from like a research standpoint and as a scholar kind of like looking at these dynamics. And it's also a trust building effort, right? It's not just about signaling, but I think it's also about creating trust with countries that are kind of in this middle ground. I think that's the biggest challenge, at least as someone in cyber, looking at different like cybersecurity processes. I think the biggest challenge, especially for, Western democracies, is how to communicate with those countries in the middle, right? And I think that's something quite interesting to observe, just looking at the list of, let's say, LAC or Latin American countries, right, that have signed up for that. We could extend that. And finally, I think in terms of where it wants to get to, I think we need to be open that it's not just about one specific output. It's not a linear process, but it's part of a wider process of signaling, right, in this geopolitical context. So it's not just one single strategy, but it's part of like, how do we build that? How do we reference that also across different initiatives that mutually support each other, right? Think about, as has been said previously, like the Freedom Online Coalition, the declaration. So these different institutionalized models, be it narratives or just like institutions or processes, they mutually strengthen each other as reference points. So I think that's also part of what's been observed here. And I think that's actually quite positive to see the whole process from that particular lens.
All right, Alan, you have your hand up.
Thank you, and I just wanted to maybe echo or underscore what Luis just said. Just in the sense that arguably it was the substance that attracted the signatories, right? Countries have signed on to this because of the language, and maybe despite the somewhat flawed process, right? And I do want to just say, I agree, it is a cause for some celebration. That we were able to get this broad group of countries, and hopefully a growing group of countries, to sign on to this language that enshrines and reaffirms our commitment to these broad principles. And I will say, as somebody who's been in this space also for a while, I'm not sure that 20 years ago we would have gotten this broad group of signatories to sign a document like this. And I don't know what you think, Milton. I'm encouraged by it, including the embrace of multi-stakeholderism, including the additions, and it's interesting to watch the evolution of these documents over time, the inclusion of trust as a major theme here, and the growing need to hold to account corporations as well as governments, I think is an interesting evolution that we should be watching. Hopefully we can focus on the substance going forward and look at, where we can lift it up, how we can get more people on. And as I say, make sure that we're all then doing on the government side, what we need to do to further the principles. But it's, I think it's quite something on the substance.
That's an interesting question. Could you have done this 20 years ago? I would be interested in mapping the signatories to the people who did and did not sign on to the ITRs in the WCIT in 2013, 2012. That would be interesting to compare, and also would be interesting to compare it to possibly the net mundial agreements or some of the similar things from that period. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Andreas, and he's going to be managing the questions that we're getting from the floor and from the chat from online. So I have no idea what's going on in the room, so I will turn it over to Andreas. Let him do the hard work.
Thank you, Milton, and thank you, everyone. This has been a fascinating and really insightful conversation. There are a couple of questions that came up in the chat throughout the discussion that I want to briefly bring up, and then panelists can briefly respond to that. And also see a couple of hands up in the online environment. We'll try to bring them in as well. And also want to quickly check with the IGF on the ground if it's possible to bring people on the floor in for questions. But let's get started with some of the questions that came up throughout the chat. I think one very pertinent question is basically getting insights from the panel about what are very concrete actions, kind of like next steps. We talked about next steps in terms of process to extend the group of signatories, but I think the other part is like what are concrete actions that can be taken to take the initiative or the declaration forward and do more just than beyond signaling. I think that's one that came up because of very concrete points and actions. And the other one was like, and I think it's a very important one, is like, how does that fit into the broader conversation or what's happening in terms of like cyberspace as a digital battleground, military intelligence operations? How is that consistent with what we want to bring forward? Is it consistent, or is it just like, that's just what it is? How should we think about that? I think those are two big questions that came up. And then I know that Andre flagged that Marek has a really good question, but I'm not sure if that was, I think that was just a response to a previous text there. So those 2 points I raised, if someone on the panel wants to go first in addressing them, and then I'll bring in Isan Mokaberi who have raised their hands for asking questions. Who would like to go first?
Hello?
Andrea, we also have some hands in the room, just so you are aware.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Andrea. Let's maybe quickly those two questions that I posed before about the practical ways to move things forward, and about how we do with the military intelligence activities in cyberspace, and are they consistent with
Andreas, I can try and answer the first one, which I kind of did in the chat as well. In the chat, someone from the UK government asked, what can we do? I think if signatories would like to use these principles to engage in public open review processes of recent legislation, I think that could be really dynamic. We have the UK Online Safety Bill, for example. There's already been a lot of public engagement in that piece of legislation, but looking at that and facilitating a process, using forums like the IGF, but also using national and regional IGFs to have those kind of conversations. I think that's one idea. I think the other idea came up in the chat from Jorge Cancio from Switzerland, and that is to look at updating or revising or creating a new version of it that's more inclusive of other stakeholders. I think another idea that I think would be good would be to use the IGF. We have in the IGF a broad commitment to principles of multi-stakeholder participation. We do have a recognition of the applicability of rights that apply offline, also apply online through the Human Rights Council resolution, but we haven't really in the IGF community yet negotiate's the wrong term, dialogued and debated through what our common principles are about how we think the internet should be governed. So I think that could also be something that's useful for us as the IGF community, but in a multi-stakeholder way, to really work through these principles and reflect on what they mean for this particular community and to what extent we want to prioritize them. And then finally, there's the Global Digital Compact. But I think you'll come to that later, Milton. But there's an opportunity of a multilateral UN process with some multi-stakeholder participation. And again, I think it could be possible for member states in this declaration, signatories, to submit that content, but also maybe for others to use that as a starting point for developing principles that they feel more ownership of to put into the Global Digital Compact process.
Thank you, Andrea. That was excellent. Alan raised his hands, and if other panelists would like to join afterwards with respond, just please raise your hands as well. Thank you.
Yeah, just to continue on Andrea's excellent points, I'd just say, just in terms of moving forward practically, this is, I think, always been viewed as a starting point from our perspective, and a number of different areas to move forward. Three quick things. One is, we hope to continue to engage with governments in terms of thinking about getting additional signatories. And the Prague event that was hosted by the European Commission was a great example of that. I think we are all open to more signatories, and I hope that folks will speak to work with their governments and try to get them into signing up for these principles, which we think are so important. A second is, as Henrietta said, I think this very big role for the multi-stakeholder community now, hopefully to use these, to hone these, to discuss its own feelings about these. Part of the excitement about being here and part of IGF is to think about the role that IGF itself could play in discussing these principles and hopefully using them and holding us to account. And then I'll say, just from a pure U.S. perspective, I think it is on us in the government then, having signed up for these principles, to try to make them real. And as someone said, governments are not monoliths. And as one player within a large government, principles like this give us an opportunity to go out there and say, these are things we need to stand for. This government in the United States, we are working hard on things like our executive order on competition, our executive order recently on signals intelligence. I lead an organization that is working very hard to make sure that we have good internet access to connect the unconnected. And we have a large infrastructure project here, $50 billion to connect the unconnected. Making this real on the ground has to be part of the path forward too.
Thank you, Ellen. Luis, very briefly, and then I'd like to bring in some people from the panel on the ground.
For sure. Just responding to the second question, if I got it correctly, I think, from let's say a cybersecurity, let's say more national security, let's say perspective, or international peace and security perspective on the cybersecurity side of things, I think, there are some elements within the declaration that are echoing, agreements on cyber norms, basically, responsible state behavior in cyberspace. So for example, refrain using the internet to undermine electoral infrastructure. I mean, this would be extended to like cyber attacks and whatnot. And I think the other one is refraining from undermining the technical infrastructure that is essential to the general availability of and integrity of the internet. So I think these are potentially crossovers, but I think there are thorny issues going forward, right, to consider, especially from states that, have greater capacities and capabilities on, let's say, on the cyber operations side of things, to understand, how to ensure that these kinds of commitments go through the spectrum, not just at the high level, but thinking at what does it mean at the operational level to uphold these kinds of commitments when conducting, let's say, a particular kind of operation, cyber operation. So just wanted to respond to that comment.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you covered that as well. Andrea, can you help us with bringing some people on the floor? I don't have much visibility from my end.
Yes, Andreas, Regine wants to respond, and then I'll take it to the people. I think there are about 4 hands in the room.
Excellent. Let's do that. Thank you so much.
Okay, just briefly on the way forward, and basically on both questions. The first one, militarization of cyberspace. This is actually something that has become increasingly urgent to discuss with the Russian war against Ukraine, because this takes place also in cyberspace. And we obviously need some more common understanding on the application of international humanitarian law to cyberspace. And I hope that the current open-ended working group will help us to develop some more language. We didn't succeed in the last round, so I hope we can take it up again. Then some other forum where next steps are taken is the development of the Global Digital Compact, of course, and this will be truly inclusive because it will be a UN document with everybody on board. So definitely also something that Luis said before, a document to hold governments also accountable. It will be, again, a government-to-government document signed by governments only and not by other stakeholders. But stakeholders are invited in the process. There are open consultations going on. The deadline has also been extended, so still room for bringing in some arguments. Germany, for example, will be hosting regional consultations in Kenya, in Mexico, and in India in the next month, also in a multi-stakeholder format for the tech envoy, and the IGF itself is also an opportunity to come up with some building blocks for the Global Digital Compact. My fear is that although we will have this broad involvement of stakeholders, the Global Digital Compact remains paper. And that is what I really fear. So I'm completely with the tech envoy, who already today focuses on the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. And that is the moment where it will not work without the other stakeholders, the non-governmental stakeholders.
Thanks, Regine. So Andreas, there's 2 hands there, and I think 1 hand there, 2 hands on this side. Just introduce yourselves and try and be brief, please.
Hi, I'm Moira Whalen from the National Democratic Institute in Washington. So thank you for this session, because it is by far the engagement on this issue as robust as we have seen it to this point. And I wanted to first acknowledge a few things about the process and then put questions on for those who are signatories to get some clarity on this process. The first is around the question of process and the idea of civil society engagement. It is not true that there was not civil society engagement in the development of this. It was informal and aggressive. And to try to force it into this framework. So happy to go into detail on that, but I think it's an important note for my fellow civil society colleagues to know that the INGO community in Washington was deeply engaged in trying to reroute this process. Second on that, I think we go to the process element of implementation. So I welcome the idea that it is a state-to-state agreement and that civil society can now be in the role of holding people accountable. But I point back to that accessibility of how to hold people accountable. If we aren't invited to the meeting in Prague, we don't have dates for when progress points will be reported. We don't have any acknowledgement of any way to meaningfully contribute, even an email address. That makes the role of civil society that's challenging for us to be able to do that in a meaningful way. And I would point to the fact that our government colleagues have pointed us to other products and other mechanisms as ways to contribute rather than this one. So I would like some evidence on that one. The second is around this process of buy-in, and I'd be interested in understanding the evidence we have around the signatory countries signing on because of the substance. There are other incentives that are in it for them, one being money. That as an implementing partner, we see very meaningfully when we're asked by governments to support them in their path on this. And the second being the Summit for Democracy and their attendance on that. The third, of course, being reputational and a fig leaf for countries that may not be as rights respecting as others. So I'd really love some really detailed explanation on what the mechanisms are for us to participate, as well as the metrics on buy-in. That would be really useful.
Thank you so much. And Andrea, do you mind to kind of like get all these other questions in as well?
Yes,
so because in the interest of time, thank you so much.
I think they're self-organizing.
Self-organizing. Hi, thank you. It's Paul. I'm in the private sector. Let me preface by saying that I'm firmly in the school of thought that I hold governments and countries that take criticism in high regard, and I have a great love for the Biden administration. So let me state it like this. This particular declaration, I think, has got some very good content, but unfortunately, I think there's a lot of boneheadedness in this process and so on. And I think that arises because there are two, or more than two, at least two, objectives that the administration was coming with, and that it's an early administration political project, and that has caused a little bit of an objective creep problem. And I think what we've sort of got to look at is this whole notion of trying to build a coalition around, U.S. Foreign policy and so on, and the idea of creating a set of internet norms can quickly become, in contested space. What would be very useful for civil society, for the private sector, what would be very useful for intergovernmental relations moving forward, of course, is if all member states of the UN were to actually make a declaration of their aspirations, their intent, and their vision of the internet, because it being put in the words of one country or one process doesn't actually tell you all that much. So I actually think, from the perspective of being a signal of what the US believes, what the current administration of the United States is, this document is great. As an expression of a coalition, it fails, and of course it had to pull back from trying to be a coalition. So I would, to be quite honest, I'm of the view that a better course forward would actually be to either through the UN General Assembly, or just the Secretary General for that matter, but would be to actually seek from every UN member state a declaration in that state's own words of what its aspirations, what it sees, and what its commitments to an open internet are. Because, it doesn't help if we've got countries signing onto a document that they don't mean. And it's very helpful to know which states aren't committed to a global internet or an open internet in any event. It makes it an easier field. So, like I said, I think the document has good intent, but I think there was an objective creep. And I think we should, look at a way of getting the deliberative stuff outside of this sort of a document and more in an IGF process. And we should invite countries to make a declaration in their own words, and that is seen as a commitment that we hold them to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay, so I'm Yi Chen from the Beijing Normal University, also from the Oxford Global.
Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, my name is Yi Chen Qun. I'm both from the Oxford Global Society Associate Fellow and also from the Beijing Normal University. So I have a question and also comment. I mean, this last year at IGF, we had this discussion about with Tim Wu, online about this Declaration of Future Internet. I think I was surprised Milton didn't invite any Chinese delegate to join the panel, and because at the time I think I asked whether China can sign this declaration, and Tim Wu said that of course China can sign it. Okay, so my point is that from the very beginning, we all noticed that this is a obviously, a geopolitical driven initiative. Of course, with time goes by, it become more, have the input from the European Unions and also from the consultation states from other countries. But it cannot, erase or cover up the political motivation right from the very beginning, because in the declaration, it says that it explicitly says that this is a statement from like-minded and also democratic country, which is automatically excluded a lot of countries, like a country from the Middle East, from China, and from Russia, and from other countries. So my question is, what is the purpose of this declaration? This purpose is to intensify the geopolitical contestation in the cyberspace, or further fragmented the global internet governance, or is to improve the international collaboration. And secondly, will this undermine the global efforts we joined into the UN process, for example, the Global Digital Compact? So that's my questions. What's the purpose for this?
Just one more.
Okay, that's the last one. We have about 10 minutes left. Maybe please keep the question to less than a minute if possible. And then I would like to hand over back to Milton for also some final remarks, but also making a check if the panelists a chance to briefly respond to some of those questions.
Hello, could I ask my question, please?
Amir Hossein, you were not given the floor. Please, could you wait? Can you take the floor? There's someone in the room, Amir.
Sure. Good day, whichever part of the time zone you're in. My name is Matthew Matt Norton from an organization called the Roots Foundation in Kingston, Jamaica. Jamaica is one of the signatories. I am not speaking on behalf of the Jamaican government. This is my first IGF. And I think one of the interesting things that I have observed in this space, or one of the questions I'm taking away, is whether we've, as a community, have given up a commitment to working on and protecting an unfragmented internet space. And I ask that question because there's a number of sessions that I've joined, but looking at this specific document, it's not clear to me that the declaration of values by like-minded actors is better for achieving an open, unfragmented internet than not. And so it's very similar to what was commented before, but I'm generally curious from the panelists as to whether this is something that we are really trying to achieve, or are we simultaneously trying to create an internet for a particular group of actors, and then obviously there's going to be an internet for another different group of actors, and what that might mean for how we progress. Over.
Thank you so much. And I do apologize. I know there are additional questions. We won't be able to get to them in order to get the panelists a chance to actually respond to some of those questions. But please, to have them on the record, can you please just put your questions in the chat, and we'll try to get them as well. I apologize for that. But Milton, back to you so we can wrap up the panel and get the chance to address some of them. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that to wrap up the panel, what we need to do is have maybe some of the speakers respond to the comments that were made. I think, and if Mr. Makaberry would make a very short intervention, I think we have time for that. We've got until 8:35, so why don't we go ahead with Mr. Makaberry, and if you keep it short, then Mr. Khan can also speak. So let's see what we get here.
Hello, Can I ask my question?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller, for giving me the floor. I'll keep it short. Hello, everyone. My question to Mr. Alan Davidson is, what is the position of DFI on these critical issues? The first issue is issue of nature and characteristics of internet as a peaceful, civilian-only and development-oriented environment for global public good, as mentioned in WSIS outcome, WSIS outcome, not as a new battlefield and militarized environment. Second issue is element of responsibility of a state for the misbehaviors of their digital platform in other countries and the accountability framework for cross-border digital platform in other jurisdictions. The third issue is what is the relation between DFI and inclusive internet or coalition-like internet? And another issue is
Hold on, not so many issues. Just limit the issues.
Yeah, and the last one is internationalization of ICANN as an important confidence and trust building measure. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to raise my issue. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Khan, quickly, please.
Thank you. Just a very quick comment and observation, particularly pertaining to India. So I just wanted to add some more context and sort of partially disagree with what Drew was saying in terms of the characterization of what India has been doing so far. So I'm sure most people will be aware of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which put forward an international code of conduct and information security that made primacy of digital sovereignty as the foundation of internet governance going forward. And that was in 2011 and subsequently put forward in 2015. India joined in 2017. So I disagree with the fact that just because they weren't on the table, that doesn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't sign up to certain kinds of agreements. In fact, I think the substance, following on from what Alan had said, was the key issue, given that India previously using the IBSA proposal in 2011 on bringing forward internet-related governance issues to the UN instead of multi-stakeholder proposals. And given the fact that India leads in internet shutdowns and has increased criticism on surveillance laws and things like that, I think that they just decided that the text of the declaration was not suited to their own sort of domestic needs. And I think this is a consequence of the fact their views have been sort of excluded potentially from multi-stakeholder platforms. And I think this might be the case for other nations where most multi-stakeholder platforms like ICANN could be comprised of mostly Western interests. So I just wanted to add that context. Thank you.
Very good. Would you like to respond to that, Dhruva?
Yeah, no, look, I think there are a couple of things at play. I'm not sure the SEO example is a very good one because India joined the SEO subsequently as a full member. But some of it, as somebody mentioned earlier, the governments are not monoliths. And I'm just recalling, for example, some of the negotiations. India took very different positions, for example, at Wicket and at Net Mundial, in part because different parts of the government were taking the lead on negotiating those. So that sometimes is what is at play there. But again, just to emphasize, I think on some of the substantive issues, again, you've seen actually greater convergence of Indian interests, of at least on principles, again, in the context of the Quad and on AI and some other issues. But on other cases, as I mentioned as well, I think we're going in a very different direction, largely both for national security concerns, and I think a lot of it has to do with India-China competition in particular. And the second has to do with, I think, some of the economic opportunities that I think are being seen as stacked against India, and in some sense, I think is also contributing to the push for digital sovereignty.
Good. So I thought that the comments of, I think it was Ms. Whalen from NDI were very interesting. Did any of the panelists want to talk about that? She asserted that there was, in fact, significant consultation with the civil society, but that she had some concerns about follow-up. And I think I'd be happy to let our final couple of minutes be occupied by somebody who could respond to that. Alan?
Thanks, Milton. And I would start by saying I appreciate Laura's comment about the fact that there was, in fact, a fair amount of civil society engagement, especially as the process grew up past the Summit for Democracy, that initial push. And my sense is that, you know, it greatly improved the product. And you see that in the substance that was put out. I think we're also some of the other comments that were made, and perhaps not enough process, but again, I think there was some. You know, we're always open to hearing about our boneheadedness within the government. I would take issue though with the notion that this was a U.S. driven or a U.S. only effort. There were many countries over time, 60 plus signatories when announced. I was at the signing ceremony, and I can tell you there was great passion in many of the countries that signed and spoke about the value of these principles. So I would not reduce their contributions by saying this is a U.S. document. It's not. And we hope to make it a much broader document. And I'd say just then looking forward, you know, the document has a key embrace of multi-stakeholderism. That's by intent. And I'm excited to be here and to be part of this conversation in the spirit of that multi-stakeholderism. And I think there is a major role for IGF and other organizations. I'd be quite interested to see what this community thinks it can do with this document as a starting point and where it can take it. And the final thing I'll say to some of the last questions was, we do believe that in the unfragmented internet. We also believe that a community internet that stands for these values. And there's no mistake here. This document, this declaration takes a normative stand. It is a set of countries who are standing for a set of principles in support of an open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, secure internet. And there will be countries that will probably not want to sign up for those principles. And we should know that. But that's not taking away from the fact that this is a strong statement of values. We hope it is a contribution to the internet governance conversation over time. It'll be quite interesting to see how it feeds into how the IGF uses it. Hopefully it is a good setup for the Global Digital Compact. And we're very proud to be standing for these values as we move forward on the open internet. So thank you for having us, and thank you for this conversation, Milton, and everybody who contributed.
Yes, I think it was a very good interaction, and indeed it does indicate the complexity, the messiness, but the cooperative nature of internet governance as it now stands. With some people questioning the value of the IGF, but here's a forum in which the governments can go off and do something, and we can bring them, and they're willing to talk to us, to be criticized by us, and to be possibly influenced by how we move forward with this initiative. But there's still a lot to be said. I like the idea that was floated that the declaration could continue to be brought into future IGFs in terms of gaining more support and more discussion of those principles. And I think this has been a very constructive session. I appreciate Regina and Alan as main signatories. I appreciate Dhruv and Henriette and Luis as our critics. And thank you also to Andreas for helping, working hard to set this up. So that's it. We're out of time, and we'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. Thanks for joining.
Thanks, Milton. Thanks,
Bye.
Andreas.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Recording in progress.
Hi guys, can we hear each other?
I can hear you well.
Perfect. Excellent. And we can even see each other. Who can smile more?
Hi,
Alexander
Alexandra.
or me?
Hi, Vanny. Could you please test your microphones and cameras? Oh, I can see you. If you
I
could
think
just...
we, and can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you. Alexandra, if you could also test your mic.
Yes, testing. Does that work?
Excellent. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
We have a competition with Alexander who's gonna smile more during the session.
Hey, Alexandra, would you mind trying to share your screen, please? Your presentation? Just to check it, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
How's this?
Yeah, it's working. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's start. My name is Rafael Evangelista. I'll be the moderator of this session. I'm a professor at the University of Campinas and also a council member of CGBR in Brazil. This workshop today has the title Toward the Resilient Internet, Cyber Diplomacy 2.0. And let me make a brief introduction. As an environment full of uncertainties, deepened by the permanent increase of malicious activities online, cyberspace demands its actors to develop resilience tools to ensure its integrity. In this sense, the Internet's open architecture challenges the role of the states. Not only have the considerations of non-state actors become relevant, but also geopolitical dynamics impact the digital world, demanding more holistic, long-term, and cooperative strategies from states. In this sense, cyber diplomacy emerges as a valuable tool for open dialogue channels that enable transparent discussions with stakeholders. However, theory and practice become complex when several issues are still clearly undefined, and consensus relies on different interpretations of what proper online behavior would mean. In this regard, we aim to shed light on cyber diplomacy developments from different national and regional perspectives, focusing on public attribution, sanctions, and active cyber defense. Thus, we have a brilliant set of speakers for today's discussion. But however, before presenting today's speakers, I would like to inform you that unfortunately, Ms. Livia Sobota will not join us today due to a conflicting agenda. So the speakers of today's sections are, here at my left, Koichiro Komiyama has been a visiting scholar at Keio University's Global Research Institute since 2016 and director of the Global Coordination Division at the Coordination Center of the Japanese Computer Emergency Response Team, which he joined in 2007. He has been working on cybersecurity capacity building projects for years, both in Africa and Asia. After Koichiro, we'll have Alexandra Paulus, is the project director for international cybersecurity policy at Stiftung New Verantovoing. Sorry, I'm Brazilian, it's a bit difficult for me. She holds a PhD in political science from the Chemnitz University of Technology and is a non-resident fellow with the European Cyber Conflict Research Initiative. And after Alexandra, we will have Veni Markovsky, is an advisor and advocate of international internet policy and cybersecurity. He currently works at ICANN's vice president, serving as the primary liaison to the United Nations, discussing internet policy with diplomats from every country, participating in major conferences, and keeping ICANN community abreast of the United Nations role. Okay, so each speaker will have maybe up to 15 minutes to expose their initial thoughts. Following, we will have a short debate among the different perspectives raised by the speakers, and then we'll be devoted to an open Q&A, so prepare your questions. So let's start with Koichiro, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, or hello, good morning, wherever you are. My name is Koichiro. I'm the director of Global Coordination Division at JPCERT, Japan Computer Emergency Response Team, and I'm also a part-time scholar at the Keio University. So in short, I'm a cybersecurity practitioner / scholar in the area of international relation and global governance. And let me be clear, I'm not speaking for government of Japan and not representing our government. I'd like to begin with I'd like to begin with reminding on how cyber diplomacy is important from my own experience. Because perhaps tech community sometimes do not believe that diplomatic negotiation will improve cybersecurity. Sometimes even diplomats do not believe that they can change the other state's behavior by negotiation. At the very least, they think it will take years. My responsibility at JP CERT is to respond to cybersecurity incidents dated back to 2015. For years, we have observed, responded, very sophisticated state-sponsored attack from our neighboring country, and that affects Japanese businesses, Japanese companies a lot. On September that year, September 2015, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited the United States to have a US-China summit. Who remember that summit? There, they hold a summit, and they agreed upon, among other important agenda, they agreed upon both US and China will not conduct commercial cyber espionage to one another. They prohibit the cyber spy, in other words. Like any other agreement, I knew it wouldn't make any difference, at least to my own business. And I believe, I thought the cyber attack will continue, regardless of the agreement. But to my great surprise, the number of cyber attacks dropped dramatically after this agreement. And I have been with JPCERT for 15 years, and at the Christmas of 2015, the December 2015, we really have no business. We only have a few cybersecurity incidents that we should respond or we should handle, and that was the most peaceful Christmas I have ever had in my career with JPCERT. So from this experience, I realized the power of diplomacy, or power of diplomatic or political negotiation. It is powerful enough to change the life even outside of signing party. Okay, the agreement prohibits the cyber spy to US or to China. And that agreement affects the cyber attack to Japan, reduce the cyber attack to Japan. And its impact can be seen in few months. There are many other agreement, declaration, pact, and I'm proud that I contributed some of those, agreement to reduce cyber security incidents. However, I still have to say none of those agreements has very little tangible effect when compared to this 2015 Obama and Xi Jinping's US-China agreement not to do cyber espionage. So now you understand diplomacy really help reducing cybersecurity incidents. And the bad news is this agreement did not take effect for a year. On next Christmas, I was very busy again, responding many cyber attacks to Japanese companies. But it's a good news that at least for a few months, someone attacking to Japanese company prohibit their activities, so cease their fire. So that's the power of diplomacy. Now, my second point is cyber diplomacy has been changed in the last few years. So I like to piggyback with the theme of this workshop, cyber diplomacy 2.0. The rule of the game has changed. states have always sought to secure their national interests using a combination of diplomatic, military, economic, and informational means. And technology has transformed the influence of each instrument. Cyber or internet is one of those. Diplomacy, as I understand, is a mean to pursue national interests. That's my definition. And the objective in cyber diplomacy has long been to ensure national security in cyberspace. That's for sure. Of course, there have been other agendas like capacity building, human rights, freedom of expression, and others. But the central focus has always been on how to protect one's nation from cyber attack, from incoming cyber attack. Some try to apply existing theory like deterrence, public attribution, that are developed in different areas. So I call this cyber diplomacy 1.0. The main players in the game of 1.0 were military superpowers, namely US, China, Russia, and a few others. Within the government, this is an area fall under the control of foreign affairs, defense, sometimes intelligence agencies. They discuss in various international fora, UN process for sure, but other security organizations like NATO, OSCE, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and others. This is how diplomacy 1.0, cyber diplomacy 1.0 was played. Move on to cyber diplomacy 2.0. Over the past 5 years, cyber diplomacy has been transformed. Suddenly we realize how valuable our data is. We realize that computer cannot function up in the air. And what we admire as cloud computing is just someone else's computer. And so we must ensure where's the safest place we can store our valuable data. In the game of cyber diplomacy 2.0, nations not only looking for security, but they want those commodity in their own control. So that's the game of 2.0. To control more data, nations build data centers, lay undersea submarine cable, attempt to store data at their own territorial, their own sovereign soil. The main players in this new game are big tech, in addition to, of course, states. And this is because big tech is in a position to directly control the everyone's data. Within a government, ministry in charge of IT or ministry in charge of trade and economy, they have been take key role in this negotiation. And there are many ongoing discussions at the trade regime like WTO, other trade agreement, RCEP, TPP, not TPP, and others. So this is cyber diplomacy 2.0 in my understanding. And the point is, cyber diplomacy has been upgraded to the arena of economic and trade issues, as well as security. With this upgrade, structure of confrontation has changed. Previously, it was a competition against Western democracy versus Eastern autocracy or authoritarian states. In 2.0, it is a competition for resources. That's why even between the United States and the EU, who shares most of common values, are sharp rivalry in this new game. Now, I'd like to finish my remark by where this game is going, or what I think where this game is going. Only 2 countries on this planet are very well positioned in both games, diplomacy 1.0 and diplomacy 2.0. Diplomacy 1.0 is a traditional competition. Country with military power have advantages. Diplomacy 2.0, population matters, because human activity is the largest source of data. Countries with largest population are likely oil-producing country in Middle East right now. So they must be very rich, because they possess very rare resources in their own hand. So name country with advanced military capability and large population. And only to my understanding, only two countries can, fit in these two different criteria. It is China and India. Two countries will shape the future. Everyone except China and India, we need to find a way to get along with them. We really need to talk to them. Now, next year's IGF will be held in my country, Japan. Sure, we have many participants from China and India because it's accessible. So IGF 2023 Japan, you cannot miss it, to find a way for your country, for your nation to survive in the game of cyber diplomacy 2.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Koichiro. Let me hand over to Alexandra, please.
Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to the organizers of this session. So my name is Alexandra Paulus. Sorry for making you try and pronounce the very German name of my organization. Let's just call it SNB. Working with the abbreviation. We are a think tank based in Berlin, and we work on tech policy, and I am with them in the international cybersecurity policy team, where I focus mostly on cyber diplomacy and issues of international cybersecurity policy. And so what I would like to, which idea I would like to throw around here and share with all of you, and then I'm looking forward to the discussion afterwards, is first of all, focusing a little bit about the opportunities and limits of current cyber diplomacy instruments, and then launching this idea of cyber resilience diplomacy as a possible way forward to keep in line with the theme of this workshop. So first of all, which policy instruments do we have we as states? Do states have at their disposal for responding to cyber operations? Although, of course, states are not the only actors, and most of these require close collaboration with non-state actors like private companies, the technical community, civil society, and academia. So the first necessary condition for responding to a cyber operation is, of course, to conduct an internal attribution. This can have technical, political, and legal aspects. This is then the basis for all other action. And by the way, if you are interested in hearing more details about this, this is all based on a study that I noted here that my colleague has published. So then the first instrument for responding is information sharing. And so this is a picture of the German Bundestag, of our national parliament, which fell victim to a Russian cyber espionage operation in 2015. And we know that it was the Russians, not because our incident response or forensic capabilities are so great, but because we got a little help from our Dutch friends. Because at the same time, certain Russian operatives were also active and targeting organizations located in the Netherlands. And so Dutch intelligence shared information on what was happening there with their German counterparts, which then allowed the German counterparts to conduct this internal attribution of what was going on. And this got a lot of media coverage, of course, because the perpetrators were targeting also the office of Angela Merkel, of our chancellor at the time, and her MP's office. So information sharing, instrument number one. Instrument number two is then public attribution. So the screenshot you see here is of the EU High Representative statement, Josep Borrell, who publicly attributed the Bundestag cyber operation to the Russian GRU. So this is the second instrument that states can do, make it public, name and shame, etc. Number 3 is then diplomatic measures. So this can be, of course, a wide range, like Koichiro, like you just so eloquently put it. Diplomacy contains the whole breadth of activities that a state can conduct to build and maintain relations. And so this would often include things like a company could call in the ambassador of another country that was supposedly behind a cyber operation. But then recently, this year, I got an example that works well here, is a bit more illustrative. This was when Albania cut ties, diplomatic ties with Iran over a cyber attack. Now, of course, this was not only due to a cyber operation. This was due to a larger conflict between the two countries. But what sparked it was a cyber operation on Albanian systems that they attributed to Iran. So this is also something that states can do. Then fourth, we see this a lot, that the US uses this, using criminal indictments to respond to an operation, publishing a criminal indictment and pressing charges against the perpetrators of cyber operation in the hope that this, at least in the long run, constrains their activities. And then, it's gone a little bit. Supposedly, you would see here, is of course now behind the other picture, is sanctions. And you would see here a screenshot of the EU sanctions that were passed also in response to the Bundestag operation of 2015 against an organization and certain affiliates, people of the GRU who were behind the Bundestag operation. And this is really where the spectrum would end for most states, I would say. So sanctions are, so to speak, the sharpest sword of cyber diplomacy. In theory, there are also other options like intelligence operations. This is here a newspaper article reporting on a person that was allegedly affiliated with ISIS, that was believed to be killed in a US airstrike conducted by the CIA. And then this again is coverage of the Israeli Defense Forces that responded to cyber operations conducted by Hamas hackers or Hamas operatives with an airstrike on the building. So military operations are, of course, in theory also possible. But again, for most states, these are probably not part of the spectrum, which is why I put them in a lighter shade of orange. So keeping all this in mind, this is sort of the spectrum that we have. What can we see? What are current or maybe structural challenges of cyber diplomacy? And then in the second step, on the next slide, I will sort of draw my own conclusions of how we can maybe move this forward. So the first very general challenge, of course, for cyber diplomacy is, like Koichiro said, when we try and apply these very established diplomatic instruments or activities, like negotiating norms, doing or building confidence building measures. It's of course very tricky because we do have the dual use problem, and it is not easy to classify certain pieces of software or even pieces of hardware as civil or military in their use, which then makes it very complicated to do things like export controls or even confidence building measures in a meaningful way. The second, of course, is the attribution challenge. So the spectrum I showed before started with internal attribution. As long as that is really tricky, and now, of course, many actors have become a lot better at this, but as long as this remains elusive for certain actors, then it is really very hard to respond at all to any cyber operation. And even if we attribute an operation to maybe a certain IP address or certain assets, it is even more challenging to determine political responsibility, which is where non-state actors come in, or you have hybrid actors, which just makes this quite a headache for policymakers in this space, I would say. So what can cyber diplomats do? I would say it's really playing the long game, and many of cyber diplomacy efforts should be seen as long-term investments, but usually without immediate short-term gains. There is also in many cases dissent about practical applications. So for example, when it comes to the development of confidence building measures or even of cyber norms, this is being discussed very intensively right now at the United Nations and in other forums. But when it comes to what does this actually mean and what would it look like if states applied, it's still quite complicated. And then, of course, also politics will be politics. So, I mean, I've been working on cyber diplomacy for a while now, watching this space at least since 2018. And you do see that just broader questions of political constellations have a very strong impact on the extent to which we will see movement forward here or not. And so, yeah, I will take my chances and say that we will probably not see terribly much progress in the coming months or years, simply because of factors that have very little to do with cyber diplomacy and very much to do with broader like political constellations. So what does this mean? Or how can we maybe move a little bit forward? This is where I would introduce what I would call cyber resilience diplomacy. Because also our workshop here has the subtitle of a resilient internet. So again, I work at a think tank. I start things with a definition. That's what I do. So stealing here the NIST 2020 definition of cyber resilience, because I think it's quite helpful. Cyber resilience means the ability to anticipate, withstand, recover from, and adapt to adverse conditions, stresses, attacks, or compromises on systems that use or are enabled by cyber resources. And so again, what could this look like? What would such a cyber resilience posture look like? And again, I've also written about this with a colleague. So if you're terribly interested, I'm happy to share the link to the article that has a bit more detail. So dividing a cyber resilience posture into domestic policy and foreign policy. So what would be cyber resilience diplomacy? On the domestic side, a few examples for what this could look like would be, for instance, creating data embassies. So this is something that Estonia has done. The German government is also contemplating this. It's basically creating digital twins of data that is so essential to the functioning of government that it's stored in supposedly or hopefully safe locations in third states, that even if these national systems at home were to be destroyed, whether that be through a cyber operation or simply an earthquake, or depending on where you're located, then you have a backup. So it's basically backup for national data. This, of course, tremendously increases the resilience and makes it also a lot less attractive to target these systems at home. Second idea, threat hunting. So really focus on monitoring your systems more closely, look at what's going on there to possibly preempt cyber operations that could otherwise have very devastating effects. And third, also conduct regular cybersecurity incident exercises at home or even with international partners, just to see what processes would look like if a cyber operation were to take place, and to really practice what processes would look like to be prepared when the time comes. What would this look like in a foreign and security policy context? Again, what would cyber resilience diplomacy mean here? One idea is improving the resilience of transnational critical infrastructures, because this is really where incentives are quite well aligned among states, that it is in nobody's interest that these go down, whether these are fiber optic cables or other parts considered the public core of the internet, like the DNS system. So states should really focus on improving the resilience of these structures to enhance the posture of all. Then a very strong factor, also conduct cyber capacity building activities, but aim them at resilience in other states. Because then in the long term, this will reduce the attack surface in these states, and then hopefully in the long term, reduce cyber operations overall. And then finally, simply setting international norms that a cyber resilience approach is a sensible one when it comes to international peace and security, because cyber resilience is really a non-escalatory approach in contrast to other approaches that are a bit more active or persistent. And so it is really in many states' interests that the international community writ large focus on a cyber resilience posture. And one way to set such international norms is to design your domestic policies accordingly. So what are the advantages of such a cyber resilience posture? I see 4 main advantages. First of all, it's threat actor agnostic. So this provides a viable solution, whether your main problem is maybe currently ransomware or is other state actors targeting your systems. It's also simply a more realistic view of the threat landscape. So looking, for example, at the most recent report here in Germany, cyber operations have been steadily increasing over the past years. Critical infrastructures are increasingly targeted. So it is simply focusing on resilience and focusing on getting systems back up and running is just a very sensible use of resources when these resources, and that is both money and people, are very scarce. Third, especially a cyber resilience diplomacy approach focuses on improving cybersecurity both abroad and at home, which should be in most states' interests. And then finally, since it's non-escalatory, it will contribute to international peace and security. And so, again, I wrote this all down in this article here. Happy to share more. And now looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. I'll hand over to Vinny, please.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I see nods, yeah. And I can see my transcript now. So I come from ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, but I also have to make sure that I'm not speaking here on behalf of ICANN. The only person who can do that is our CEO. But I'm going to share some of the work that we are doing, and I will explain why we are doing it. And then listening to our other panelists, I probably will have a couple of questions for them when we will later come to the Q&A session. First of all, thanks to the organizers, by the way, for inviting me, and thanks to the government of Ethiopia for hosting the IGF. I understand it's quite a good success and it's been going on well. And there are a lot of people there, which I miss. I couldn't be in Addis right now, but that's life. Sometimes we cannot be where we want to be. So as you were saying, I'm the Vice President for UN engagement, and people may start asking questions like, why is the ICANN engaged at all with the UN and other intergovernmental organizations? Well, it's actually related right to the topic that we are discussing. All these conversations about cyber diplomacy are inevitably coming to focus to the UN. And the way it's happening is through different groups that the United Nations General Assembly has been organizing. So for the past several years, there have been a group of governmental experts, which was appointed by the Secretary General. It was limited in numbers. And they were experts from different countries providing advice to the and issuing reports when they had consensus. But in the last few years, actually, this has changed. Besides having, or outside of having such a small group of experts, the General Assembly decided to create 2 parallel processes. One is called the Open-Ended Working Group, and that includes, open-ended means it's open for all governments. That doesn't mean it's open for other stakeholders. And the other one is called an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee is drafting a cybercrime convention. So talking about norms, if when the UN passes or accepts the cybercrime convention, it will be the second one after the Budapest Convention, which will be dealing with issues related to cybercrime. So it will be interesting to see, what kind of norms there will be and what kind of text will show up in this new convention and what will be the difference from the Budapest one. On the open-ended working group, which is dealing with all issues related to cybersecurity. It's supposed to issue a consensus report. Again, that means all the 193 member states of the UN have to agree. And even if one disagrees, there will be no report. So it's a very delicate diplomatic work that is being done. What we do at the UN actually is we do provide briefings for the diplomats. Some of you are familiar with the fact that the diplomats are coming only or primarily from foreign ministries, so they not necessarily understand how the internet functions. Only rarely you would see a diplomat who has some engineering background or technical background, computer sciences, etc. So we actually talk to these diplomats, we organize briefings for them, and we tell them, we explain to them, we provide information of how the internet functions. We also, this is important because when they negotiate behind closed doors, their norms of behavior, etc., we want to make sure that some people in the room, if not all, are aware of how the internet functions and what they do and what text they pass will not impact the security, stability, and resiliency of the internet and will not lead to its fragmentation. Within ICANN, there is this government and intergovernmental organizations engagement team, and we actually publish papers on the deliberations that are taking place at the UN and at the International Telecommunications Union and other organizations as well, intergovernmental organizations. One of my colleagues will put a link in the chat where you can download all the papers that are there. They're also available in other languages. You can choose your own language on the top of the page and download the text in your language of better understanding. So not only English. And we also have country focus reports. We have published so far 3, one on China, one on Russia, and one on the Netherlands. These might be of interest for people who are interested to know more about what these countries are doing, both internally with regards to the internet, but also externally, how they approach the internet at the different intergovernmental settings. We believe that this is important for the ICANN, or not only for the ICANN, but for the broader community to know what's happening at these intergovernmental organizations, because what happens there inevitably will have an impact on the internet. And I can provide some examples from the past. Some of you may know that the IGF actually didn't come out of nothing. The Internet Governance Forum was created by a summit called the World Summit on Information Society, which took place in 2003 in Geneva and 2005 in Tunisia. And it published the so-called Tunis Agenda. You can find it, download it, read it. It's an interesting document, and it was created with the participation of all stakeholders, so not only governments, but also civil society, technical community, academia, etc., businesses. And this document, this WSIS, WSIS or WSIS, there was a review of this process in 2015. So this was called WSIS plus 10 years later. And in 2025, there is another process coming at the United Nations General Assembly called WSIS plus 20. So these are the places where people are discussing not only what the future of the IGF will be, but also whether countries can talk to each other, reach agreement on basic issues related to the internet. And these are the meetings which we urge people to attend and to pay attention to, because when we talk about cyber diplomacy, it's being built nationwide, but it eventually is always coming to either bilateral or multilateral negotiations, because public policy is the prerogative of the governments, and international public policy is being decided at these venues like the UN. And there were some attempts also to move some of the conversations related to cybersecurity and the internet to the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union. In some of our papers, you may find interesting details about governmental officials' statements at the UN or at the ITU, which are talking about the way the internet works. And you can see that we in the papers, we had to provide context so that the readers would understand what actually it means when some governmental official says something, for example, that, let me just make sure I'm quoting correctly, that ICANN has the possibility of cutting off a whole country from the internet. So ICANN doesn't have that power, neither has any other organization that is running the internet or that is engaged with the internet. In fact, we've seen in the history that there are many countries which have tried to shut down the internet externally so that it's kind of only in the country, and that hasn't been very successful. The internet thrives and manages to connect no matter what governments do. But also, we also think that since we are at the IGF, we think it's important to pay attention on the future of the IGF, and it will be decided in, again, at this WSIS plus 20 negotiations in 2025. We find that the IGF, and I've been involved with the IGF since the beginning, I personally find it a very good opportunity to interact with other people, to find out what's happening around the world, to make sure that we stay on top of things, you know, and we talk to each other. In fact, many of my contacts are people I've met at the IGFs, right from the beginning until even now, when we are, or I'm participating remotely, but there are people on the ground, but we still stay in touch using, you know, all the technologies that we have. So the bottom line here is that we're trying to bring knowledge, technical knowledge, to the diplomats who are negotiating cybersecurity, and also make sure that they understand that ICANN as an organization is not there to lobby for ICANN. We're there to provide factual information. We are a neutral technical body, you know, which makes sure that the DNS and the IP addresses are functioning all the time. In fact, a few days ago, I think we were celebrating the 35th anniversary of the DNS as we know it. And we are trying to make sure that, you know, people understand that about the services that they are using on the internet, that's not the internet as we know it. And there are two different types of handling the internet. So there is internet governance, which is dealing with everything on top of the technical internet governance, which is what ICANN and other organizations from the technical communities are doing. So, I mean, I can provide a lot of anecdotes and examples from our experience with governments at the UN, at the ITU. It has been extremely interesting to, and some of those actually are in our papers, including the country focus reports, which I highly recommend that you read. The fact is that this year, 2022, was quite important because there were elections at the International Telecommunications Union. There is a new Secretary General elected. She will be stepping in her office on January 1st, Doreen Martin Bogdan. She's a candidate who has worked at the ITU for quite a while and has a lot of good background, and has been involved with Africa because she's currently heading the Developmental Bureau of the ITU. So I could point you again to our country focus reports on Russia, because there is a lot of information there, since there was another candidate from Russia who was running for Secretary General, and they were running on a platform that was mentioning that the current internet governance is not working well and it has to be moved under the ITU and stuff like that. So I don't want to, I mean, I can talk for hours, but I don't want to obviously take the time for questions and from my colleagues. So please stay in touch, follow us on, subscribe for our papers. More are coming. We're going to be reporting what's happening at the UN this year and at the ITU. And I hope that I'll be able to answer some of your questions later today.
Thank you, Veni. We have a set of questions that were prepared by the organizers, and I'll start with Koichiro. Yes. The first one revolves around the public attribution. Do public attribution of cyber attacks work as a cyber diplomatic tools to constrain inappropriate behavior online? What are the challenges perceived by you to make this a feasible tool? Should it be used by at all?
Thank you. Talking about public attribution, I think government of Japan to this date made three different, three different public attribution, two for cyber attack from North Korea and one for cyber attack from group affiliated with, located in China. So not accusing Chinese government. Try not to offend, the entire Chinese government. That's probably the Japanese strategy in this area, and I think Florian Elgoff and Max Smith, they are both from Switzerland. They wrote an excellent paper back in 2021 on a framework for the public attribution, and their central argument in that paper is that public attribution is a highly complex process which requires trade-offs of multiple consideration. In this case, trade-offs, for example, of course, we have a risk of ending up wrong attribution by inaccurate intelligence. Even in a successful case, even in a successful public attribution case, a country may lose the intelligence sources, and that means more public attribution does not necessarily mean better strategic results. Then even among close allies, there are gaps in the amount of information they have. Let me take an example of war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine triggered the various cyber attacks. The most important lessons from this war, lessons for me, was the importance of information and intelligence that big tech in the United States possess. Under the surface, US tech companies provide a variety of information to Ukrainian government and military. And without those information or intelligence, not only for Ukrainian government, many government cannot do precise attribution without that type of information. And this gap between in the capability of government and private sector is very different from legacy national security issues. So looking back, the government can monitor nuclear weapons, the satellite up in the air provides where ballistic missile has launched within seconds or minutes, and government has full access to that type of information. Even some government can attribute the objects in satellite orbit. So compared to field of nuclear weapon, deep sea, and satellite orbit, government has very limited access or very limited information that can support their own decision for public diplomacy. I think people in this room may have the philosophy that the government should be as minimum as possible. However, I believe that we should not rely on the goodwill cooperation of big tech to provide the intelligence, because that's really the basic of their political strategic decision.
Thank you. Alexandra, instead of handing over to you, because you already touched a little bit about this topic, I was thinking about handing over to Veni, and then later to you. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so please, Veni, do you want me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Do public attribution of cyber attacks work as a cyber diplomatic tools to constrain inappropriate behavior online? What are the challenges perceived by you to make this a feasible tool? Should it be used at all?
So I will share here some observations which I've seen at the UN at meetings that I have attended, because obviously this is outside of the scope of work that we do, which is there are always, the diplomats are very careful when they talk. They never name countries. They always say, they always say certain countries, or some countries, or a country, when the attribution is being done at the national level usually, and that is provided usually with some facts and evidence. We have seen also cases where years later some discovery may show up, and an attribution would turn out to have been correctly or incorrectly stated. But I think the way the diplomatic tools are working is, first of all, these countries are talking at the UN about norms of behavior in cyberspace. And there is always the perception that some countries will follow those norms, but others won't. And so those that follow the norms would be in a bad position or worse position, because they follow norms and others don't. But I think the very fact that they're talking about creating norms of behavior, the very fact that those working groups, the open-ended working group and the group of governmental experts, have actually issued several reports with consensus, that means that it's possible. Dialogue is good, and it's possible to reach consensus even when heads of states would say that they don't work with other countries, but we see the opposite at the United Nations. Because think about something. In order for the open-ended working group to publish a consensus report, that means all the countries were talking to each other, and even countries that may not have necessarily good behavior between each other, the diplomats still will have to talk, or at least will have not to object to something said by the other. Else there will be no consensus and there will be no report. So I think we should be a little bit more positive about the opportunities that diplomacy gives. And, we should encourage our governments, and we should talk to our governments, and we should offer our technical expertise and whatever other expertise that we may have in the countries where we are. Everywhere, more expertise is better than less. And especially when we talk about the internet and the fact that, countries are discussing or negotiating the future of the internet, and we need to make sure that there are enough people in the room who have the skills and who have the knowledge, so that, again, what they do does not break the internet, that does not lead to its fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Veni. Please, Alexandra, you want to add something on that, or maybe comment on your colleagues' answers? Please feel free.
Yes, thanks so much. So I would start with the question, almost turning the question on its head. The question is, why should we attribute, and what is the idea behind it? And so I think if people believe that the public attribution of a cyber operation in itself will change very much, I would not necessarily agree. I would, however, argue that the power of attribution, or the reason why it makes a lot of sense to think about public attribution as one tool in the toolbox, is, like I said, that attribution is the basis for other responses. And so if actors decide that they do want to respond to a cyber operation, I think the first credible step is to conduct a public attribution. And here then, where I think it gets really interesting is to look also at how these attributions are being done. So what is the standard of proof or of information provided, the technical evidence provided, together with the mere statement that we attribute this cyber operation to actor X. Is this convincing? And is there a technical evidence? I think this is where it gets really interesting. When we look at how attribution is increasingly being done, we see that there is a tendency, or has been a tendency over the past few years, to conduct increasingly collective attributions. So first we saw this mostly among like-minded states, but now interestingly, we're also seeing that China recently attributed a cyber operation to its perpetrators, right, to the US. And so this is increasingly, I would say that states have or are discovering this as one tool in the toolbox to have more meaningful debates about state responsibility, and also things about factors like due diligence when it comes to non-state actors. Then finally, just one thing I wanted to share, because I think Koichiro mentioned this, it's the fact, where do these attributions actually come from? And so this is, of course, where we then move to the area of intelligence gathering or intelligence sharing. And here I just wanted to point out that it's interesting to see that in the European Union, where we have this quite elaborate cyber diplomacy toolbox, attribution is explicitly not part of the toolbox. And why is that? Because there is only a very limited mechanism for sharing intelligence information among EU member states, the efficacy of which people are discussing. Let's just put it that way. But so this is why attribution, even though it is so central to responding to cyber operations, is not even part of the EU framework. And so I think this points to the limits of collective attribution, and then also to doing what I suggested before, which is providing proof for attribution, which I would hope would, on the one hand, contribute to having a more substantiated discussion about responsible state behavior in cyberspace, but on the other hand is, of course, quite problematic, because not necessarily are you, if you want to attribute a cyber operation, terribly interested in sharing just how you found out what you found out. And so this is where I think it gets really interesting, and where it will be, attribution will remain with us for a while, I would say.
Thank you, Alexandra. We have here 2 more questions, but to optimize our time, I'm going to make one question to Veni, and then the second question to Alexandra and Koichiro. Is that okay? Let's start with Veni. What are the particular opportunities for cyber diplomacy and the way forward to better protect the internet? Please.
Thanks. And I think I mentioned some of it, which is the most important part really is for the countries to talk to each other. And the way to do it is also to, even when they are not they don't have good bilateral relations, they should find some common ground on when we talk about the internet, because the internet is actually, it's almost like the air. It's everywhere, and you can still have some requirements about the quality of the air in your borders, but inevitably, the wind will bring other air, and it may not be with the same quality. So unless we make sure that the internet is functioning as a single interoperable internet around the planet, we won't have all the good things and all the virtues that it's bringing and all the possibilities that it's opening. And let's not forget also that we have a lot of people who are still not connected. And that means there is a lot of need for infrastructure development. There is a lot of need for bringing hardware and software and building communication and other computer skills in people around the world. This cannot happen without diplomacy, and cyber diplomacy is just an extension of the normal diplomacy. It's not anything different. So I think we just need to urge our governments to make sure that they have expertise when they go and negotiate cyber-related issues, so that they don't break the internet, and B, make sure that we can provide them with that expertise, whether this is going to be done through CGI in Brazil, or the Internet Society of Bulgaria in my own country, or non-profits like the Institute in Germany, etc., etc. We should be sharing our knowledge, because if we share our knowledge and expertise, that's good. More people become knowledgeable, and more people, including diplomats, obviously. And I cannot stress enough on the fact that in only 3 years, there will be a World Summit on Information Society review at the United Nations General Assembly, and we all have to pay attention starting now. I think actually, I mean, some of us have already started paying attention, but we should make sure that we are part of this conversation, because once you're at the UN, don't forget that once you are at the UN, it's only governments. It's a multilateral organization. It's not a multi-stakeholder like other organizations, you know, including ICANN. So people, businesses, academia, civil society, they have to engage with their national governments in order to make sure that the interest of the users in their countries are protected and the internet is protected.
Thank you, Veni. Alexandra, let me make you another question. Do cyber sanctions alone work to shape behavior online? For which actors could it work or have been working successfully? And then the same question to Koichiro. Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Rafael. Yeah, so I think this is a very relevant question because, so as I said before, I would say for most states, sanctions are sort of the sharpest sword. It's at the end of the spectrum. And then the question is, of course, how sharp is their sword actually, and how helpful are these? So if the idea behind sanctions is really to change behavior, I would say that that's a very quite high objective. I mean, when we look at how are sanctions being deployed in response to cyber operations up until now, we see that most states pass two types of sanctions. These are either travel bans or asset freezes. But this also means, since these only refer to travel and assets in the respective states' jurisdictions, or in the case of the EU, in the jurisdiction of the whole union, the effects of these are well limited. So as long as states do not enter these respective territories or don't have any assets there, then the sanctions have zero direct effect. The idea here is, of course, to, again, play the long game and think that this will over time create chilling effects, so to speak, and may change the calculus also of non-state actors, basically of people considering going into the, maybe affiliating themselves with the armed forces or the intelligence agencies, whoever is responsible for cyber operations in a certain country, and that this will not be terribly attractive anymore because they will know that they will not be able to travel to certain jurisdictions, etc. But this is a very long-term game, and again, these effects are not immediate. I think it could be interesting to consider a bit more to what extent other kinds of sanctions could be applied in response to cyber operations. So thinking here, for example, about economic sanctions, about really reducing the access of certain states or markets to certain goods. So really make the sanctions hurt a bit more. But then also just wanted to share, like more generally, sanctions are a quite imperfect tool. And this is because they are not very nuanced. They're a binary tool. So they're either on or off, which means that once you've passed sanctions, it's actually quite challenging to lift them. It's politically quite challenging. But once you've passed them, they sort of lose their power almost to a certain extent. This is certainly the case with travel bans and asset freezes. So once they are passed, okay, then these certain individuals cannot enter the territory, etc. But since it's so binary, after this, there's little room for anything else you can do. And so this is what I see as the main challenge of sanctions. So ideally, I would argue that if sanctions are supposed to have an effect also on these more hybrid actors or maybe non-state actors, as well as state actors, what would be needed is more of an integrated strategy. So not only look at how should we respond to this one cyber operation and what should we do in response, but rather what is the actor we're talking about and what would be really hurtful to them, what would be conducive to actually change behavior. I think this is where the discussion should go in the future.
Thanks. Koichiro, please.
Yep. Sanctions. So, in short, sanction undermine the power of the global community and global professional network, and that's what made me sad in this in this issue. EU sanction to Russia prohibit right to assign new IP address spaces to Russia, which in the end make vulnerable citizens in Russia more vulnerable. U.S. economic sanction to Chinese tech company prevent first. It's a Forum of Incident Response Team, their global membership organization among cybersecurity experts, which I was part of the board member. But first, prevent first to share cybersecurity information with certain Chinese tech company like Huawei, ZTE, DAFA, and others. So that's not help. Well, I think those sanctions is very difficult to achieve the tangible strategic outcome, and it has more and again, I'm very sad to see those sanctions being carried out. But aside from my sentiment, if economic sanctions are to be imposed, I think we must work hard to make those sanctions more effective. Russia has kicked out from SWIFT network. North Korea, DPRK, is not the part of the global financial network. However, more and more financial assets are transferred via cryptocurrency network, like Bitcoin, you can name it, other cryptocurrencies. So, and right now, there's no good technical mean of preventing or prohibiting sending Bitcoin to someone who's in North Korea or Russia. And that one, we really need to, the tech community should work harder. That's I can say.
Thank you. We have a lot of questions online, and then we have only 20 minutes to end our panel. But I wanted to hand over to Alexandre that will read some of these online questions and perhaps can talk a little bit about our hub in Brazil, sending some of those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Actually, I will straightly hand over to Isadora Peixoto, who is our colleague there in São Paulo. I think there are some questions, and they can make the question themselves. Isadora, can you open the microphone, please?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, good morning, good evening. My name is Adora. I'm speaking from the Brazilian IGF hub. Please bear with us. We are facing some technical issues, so if you eventually drop the call, be patient. We will come back as we would like to participate in the discussion very much. We have two people here that want to ask questions. We'll be brief to listen to our panelists, but I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Consider.
Can you speak a bit, not that close to the microphone, please, Isa?
Hello. Apologies, everyone. I'll be brief. Considering the traditional diplomacy has a variety of formats and limitations, I'd love to hear from our panelists if they believe cyber diplomacy is an opportunity to take diplomacy to a different level, perhaps one more towards of a decision-making approach. That is something that we feel is lacking nowadays. And I would like to know how they view the participation and inclusion of the Global South community in current and future cyber diplomacy discussions. I will take the opportunity to hand over to my colleague that will ask a couple of questions as well.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Camila Leite. I am a lawyer at the Brazilian Institute of Consumer Defense. So I'm a civil society representative. And I would like to ask two questions. The first one is, cybersecurity and development are two sides of the same coins that are unclear and a challenge to many developing and low economy countries. Could cyber diplomacy work as a bridge between these elements? In which way so? And the second one is that, as a civil society representative, I would also ask, what is the civil society role on that, and how can we support the advance on these discussions? So thank you and congratulations on the panel.
Thank you very much. Any of you want to answer the questions? I will not point the questions to specifically to anyone. Maybe perhaps you can volunteer to answer.
This is Benny.
Benny, please.
Thank you. I can answer the last questions because civil society is dear and near to my heart. My background is both in civil society and tech. And I'm a lawyer by education as well. So that kind of makes me interested in all these issues. So I already mentioned actually, but civil society could reach out to representatives of the civil society, organizations if they are existing, or just, individuals can reach out to their governments if they have the expertise and offer the government their expertise so that when they go and engage in negotiations on cyber issues, the governmental representatives are better prepared. And also because often the interest of the citizens need to be reminded or protected or defended, whatever word you want to use, because in the heat of the negotiations, where there are bigger stakes and norms are discussed and you name it, sometimes this can be forgotten. And at the end of the day, the internet would not be what it is without the users, which are all of us are citizens, so all of us should feel part of the civil society. So I think it could have a crucial role. It was very actually instrumental in the first meetings of the World Summit on Information Society in 2003 and 2005. In fact, if it wasn't for the civil society to push the government to open the process, it would not have become what it is now. So I think this is a good example where civil society had a real impact on intergovernmental negotiations as they were initially planned. So just continue to be engaged or get engaged if you are not engaged. There are countries which can serve as good examples. I don't want to start naming them because I'm sure I will miss a lot. But there are countries also, even those who are doing a lot can do better. And there are countries which haven't done much. So civil society representatives could, again, engage. And this should be done in a diplomatic way, because you're going to be talking to diplomats. So be careful, don't push too much in a direction which may be counterproductive. But I think, this is what we did in Bulgaria, and it worked well back in more than 20 years ago now. And I can only recommend that, engage positively, try. I will quote what the Prime Minister back then in Bulgaria in '99 said when we had to sue them in order to achieve what we wanted. He said, if you want the government to solve your problem, you have to make your problem a problem of the government. So I think that's a way to work with them in a positive way, so that they don't have problems, so that if there is a problem, you help them solve it rather than make it even bigger. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone?
I can jump in on the first question, if that's all right.
Great.
Because I think it's a really crucial one. So I am, of course, full disclosure, I'm German. I'm also based in Germany. But I wrote my PhD on the role of Brazil in cyber diplomacy and specifically in the development of cyber norms construction. And so through that work or research, I really found that it is quite astonishing, first, on the one hand, to what extent policymakers, but also scholars have overlooked the previous participation of the Global South in cyber diplomacy debates. But then also on the other hand, it's quite astonishing to what extent for a really long time, this was of course a debate basically among European states, Five Eyes, and then a few others. But so I think currently there are quite interesting movements or attempts to increase global South participation in this space when it comes to cyber diplomacy. Certainly, the establishment of the open-ended working group was a huge step in that direction when really the debate at the United Nations about cyber diplomacy shifted from this very limited behind closed doors format of up to 25 states, and instead now the OEWG, as Veni so well pointed out, is open to all UN member states. And there is even, this now goes a bit into the direction of question number 2, there is even a very limited role for civil society in these forums, but at least it's open, the deliberations are open, and there is an accreditation process also for civil society, which includes a veto. But yeah, so it's not perfect at all, but it's a huge step in the right direction. And then I wanted to share a program that, I don't know if you're aware of this, I think it's called the Women for Cyber program, which was launched by a couple of states to increase the participation of women diplomats in this space, specifically in the open-ended working group at the United Nations. But the interesting thing is that not only did the participation of women go up significantly through this program, I think the Australian delegation they counted the participation, and it really shifted dramatically the way women engage in this forum, which in itself is already, I would say, a huge success. But also, since these diplomats that are part of the fellowship are mostly located in the global south, it has really shifted the debate and led to really strong voices on the floor coming from states of the global south. So in that sense, the program even had like a positive double effect, I would say. At the same time, I think that it's still a very long way to go when it comes to global south participation. And it's also a fine line, because when we look at the tendency, so Veni laid this out very well, how the cyber diplomacy landscape developed over time. And the more we have different forums aimed at different subtopics of cyber diplomacy, on the one hand, of course, the more we can have meaningful discussions on all of these topics. But on the other hand, this also makes it quite tricky for states with limited resources, like maybe smaller countries, but also countries from the global south, who now suddenly not only need to send one cyber diplomat to all these forums, but maybe 3. So currently we have at least the OEWG, then the Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime, and then currently we're debating what shape a program of action could take. So I think there's really this trade-off that is quite challenging for policymakers right now, how to solve this.
Thanks, Alexandra. Koichiro, please.
Yes, I'd like to respond to question number 2, the role of civil society. I think the most important role of civil society is go to election, vote for right candidate who can represent you and who can fix your problem. And then if his or her performance is not what you expected, try not to vote him or her again. So that's the basic process of, at least process of the democratic society. And democratic society is really heavily relying on the successful or appropriate election. And this election is relatively vulnerable to cyber attack. You see, you face it from French presidential election, US presidential election, which was in 2016, and vote over Brexit in UK. We observed cyber attacks and information operation to manipulate the result. On this particular topic, a group called GCSC published a norm saying states should not attack to infrastructure for election or referenda. So I wish you can help us in promoting this norm in Brazil and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to open the mic for anyone here on site if you want to make questions. Anyone? No? So, maybe please we can go to the final remarks of our speakers. And we can start with Veni, and then Alexandra, and then Koichiro. So this is gonna be the reverse of the first presentations.
Yeah.
Please, Veni.
You're closing the circle.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot again. Thanks a lot for the organizers. I was really having, I think I put a comment in the chat when I was looking at the video from Brazil, where there is a hub. You know, that's exactly what we've been trying to talk about in the past years of the IGF. You know, and I've served a couple of times on the multi-stakeholder advisory group that is creating all this, you know, the program of the IGF. Such hubs are extremely important given the time zone difference, but also sometimes it's lack of connectivity. Sometimes it's lack of, if you will, video and audio equipment, etc., etc. So it's very important that we can open this IGF to even more people than participate usually, like several thousand people and several thousand online. I believe in diplomacy. If I didn't, you know, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. But I also believe that all of us stakeholders, different stakeholders, have a place in these conversations, and we have to be aware that there are rules of procedure at the UN, at the ITU, and when it's a multilateral organization, you know, it's a multilateral organization. We are not going to have equal participation as governments, which is fine. And it's different from the IGF or ICANN or other organizations where governments have equal footing with other participants. But I think the way, I cannot stress enough on what I've been saying in the past couple of interventions, the way to do it is really to engage with national governments, to talk to them, to provide them information, factual information about how the internet functions, who is doing what, so that we don't end up in conversations behind closed doors where diplomats are talking to each other and somebody says something which is not correct. And I'm not saying that they say that with whatever purpose they might have. You know, sometimes it's just lack of knowledge of how the internet functions in order to understand that what you're saying or what somebody is saying does not reflect the actual way of how the internet works. So it's very important that there is more, we provide them with more technical information, with more neutral information, with more information which is factually based, so that when they are negotiating all these items that we were discussing, they have the knowledge, or if they don't have the knowledge right at the moment, you know, they know that there are organizations that they can reach out and talk to. I can give again example with my Bulgaria, where the Internet Society, a local chapter, you know, has been very actively engaged with the governments in the last 23 years. I mentioned that in '99 we had to sue the government in order to get rid of the proposed licenses for the internet service providers. But we were very successful, and that brought us, you know, even today we're working closely with them. Thank you. And thanks again to the organizers.
Thank you, Veni, and thanks for your participation as well. And Alexandra, please, and thanks for your participation too.
Yes, thank you. So I would echo in a sense what Veni said, which is about the multi-stakeholder participation when it comes to these issues, right? I mean, also my impression is that when it comes to many of the topics, I mean, cyber diplomacy is still a huge field. When you look at the issue areas covered by the 2015 GGE cyber norms, this includes issues ranging very wide, from attribution to critical infrastructure protection to software supply chain security. And in many of these, governments are really not at the forefront. Instead, it is academia, it's civil society, it's the private sector who is currently developing actionable solutions, or maybe who even in a first step has insights in how to tackle this problem. And so I think it's really essential to bring these different communities together and think about how we can translate these insights from different stakeholder groups into policy recommendations. I'm currently doing this as part of my job here at SMB for the field of software supply chain security. And here it's really quite striking how different technical community or private sector initiatives are really looking for practical solutions at the same time as many governments are struggling to come to terms with this topic. So this is why I think forums such as the IGF, but also other multi-stakeholder forums are quite essential to develop what would be a meaningful cyber diplomacy 2.0. So yeah, thanks to the organizers and thanks to all my co-panelists. I learned a lot from you and it was a pleasure being with you.
Thank you, Alexandra. The pleasure was ours. And please, thanks, Koichiro, for your participation and your final remarks, please.
Thank you. You know, great to be part of face-to-face and online discussion after 2.5 of absence of trip to overseas. Listening to questions and remarks by other panelists, I started to think about discussing cyber diplomacy or diplomacy is really a luxury thing. I mean, in my case, I have government that can represent my position in the global multilateral discussion. And there, not all of us, even in this room, not all of us has, you know, in that position. And in my region, in East Asia, we have lots of issues. So again, in this great discussion at the IGF 2022, I really enjoyed the discussion, but I miss, you know, two key countries, China and India. I think they are underrepresented, well, given the size of their country. And also, the previous IGF in Berlin, I see more representative from big tech, from California and DC, and they are not here as many as they were in Germany. So, as I said in my initial remark, next year in Japan, I think we can fix that issue. Many representatives from all over the world, and we could have, you know, even better discussion there. So thank you so much, and looking forward to see you there.
Thank you so much, Koichiro. Certainly, there's a lot of things to continue discussing, and we should keep working to open the debate and include as many as people as we can. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for everyone who are online, and this concludes our workshop. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.